The universe was still, cloaked in an unbroken silence. There was no time, no space, no boundaries, only the infinite breath of existence waiting to be shaped. And then it happened, a command so powerful, so unyielding, that it tore through the void. Light burst forth, not in a gradual glow, but in an overwhelming wave that shattered the darkness, carving structure from chaos. This was the beginning. Not of stars or planets, but something far more profound, beings forged from the pure essence of light itself. These were not mortals, not bound by flesh or frailty. They were something else entirely, flawless in their brilliance, untouched by decay or doubt. The first angel opened its eyes, and the light within those eyes was unlike anything that could ever be recreated. There was no fear, no hesitation. It knew its purpose instinctively, as though it had been written into its very essence, to serve, to love, and to sing the praises of the one who had spoken them into existence. The heavens themselves seemed to vibrate with their arrival. With each new angel that appeared, a new tone was added to a celestial symphony so breathtaking that even the still-forming stars seemed to pause and listen. Each note carried purpose, a harmony so perfect that it felt alive. The angels were not identical, they were unique, each reflecting a different facet of their Creator's will. Some were massive, their forms blazing like the sun itself. Others were delicate, their movements like whispers on the wind. Yet, every one of them radiated an otherworldly grace that no shadow could touch. At the center of their number stood one who seemed more radiant than all the rest. His light was sharp, commanding, as if the stars themselves bowed in his presence. He was called Lucifer, the morning star. There was no question of his role, he was the closest to the Creator's heart, the most cherished of all the angelic host. His voice carried the power to stir even the silent void, and his beauty was such that other angels could hardly bear to look at him without feeling both awe and joy. When he sang, it was said the fabric of existence trembled, not in fear but in rapture. Time did not move in the heavens as it does below, but in the beginning, everything was harmony. The angels did not question, nor did they falter. They carried the will of the Creator like a flame, spreading light and order to every corner of existence. They moved as one, yet each had a purpose, a specific role etched into their being. Some stood as warriors, fierce and unyielding, their forms glowing with the heat of justice. Others served as messengers, their voices gentle and soothing, bearing the Creator's words to new worlds. And then there were the watchers, silent, ever vigilant, their eyes taking in everything without judgment or hesitation. In their midst, the angelic realm itself was a wonder beyond comprehension. There were no cities as we know them, no thrones or castles. Instead, there were vast expanses of radiant light, endless fields where beauty took on forms that defied understanding. Streams of pure energy flowed like rivers, and the air itself shimmered with a golden hue. This was home to the angels, a place where nothing was hidden, where the light illuminated everything and left no room for shadows. And yet, even within this perfection, there was an order. The angels knew their places, their roles, and their limits. They did not question these things, there was no need. To serve was their joy, their purpose. Their Creator's will was not a burden but a melody, and they moved in perfect synchrony with it. Every action, every thought, was aligned with the greater plan. Lucifer stood at the pinnacle of this creation, a beacon of what an angel could be. His authority was undeniable, his power unmatched. Yet, beneath that brilliance, there was something else, a spark, faint and almost imperceptible. It wasn't darkness, not yet, but something that didn't belong, like a discordant note in a perfect song. Still, the angels did not falter. They filled the heavens with their voices, and their light touched every corner of creation. They carried the Creator's will into the void, spreading life and order wherever they went. The stars themselves seemed to rejoice in their presence, each angel a living testament to the one who had made them. But light, even the purest light, casts shadows. The more brilliant the light, the deeper the shadow it creates. For now, the angelic realm shone with a brilliance that seemed eternal. The symphony of creation continued, unbroken and beautiful, but beneath its harmony, a faint echo began to stir, a note that did not belong. The light of the angelic realm, so pure and unyielding, pulsed with the weight of unspoken rules. These laws were not written on stone tablets or carved into the heavens, they were woven into the fabric of creation itself, existing as unshakable truths that every angel knew the moment they were breathed into existence. There was no need for explanation or debate. The laws of heaven were not suggestions, but the very essence of order, the binding force that held the divine harmony together. Above all, the first and greatest law was this: to serve the Creator without question. This was not servitude born of chains or fear, it was devotion so profound that it became an angel's identity. To serve was to live, to shine, to sing. It was a purpose so complete that it erased the concept of anything else. Obedience was not demanded, it was the natural state of being, as inseparable from the angels as their radiant light. But alongside this perfect loyalty was another law, almost equally sacred: to remain within one's purpose. The Creator had crafted each angel with precision, shaping them for roles as unique as the stars in the sky. To stray from one's purpose was to invite disorder, and disorder was unthinkable in the realm of perfection. Warriors were to guard, messengers to deliver, watchers to observe. Even the smallest deviation could send ripples through the harmony, a discord that could not be tolerated. There were laws that bound their interactions, two rules as firm as the foundations of existence. Angels were to exist in unity, their actions and thoughts aligned with the will of the Creator. Rivalry, jealousy, ambition, such things were unknown, forbidden by the very nature of their being. To even imagine oneself apart from the whole was to court the unimaginable, separation, a concept so terrifying that the mere whisper of it sent shudders through the angelic host. And yet, the Creator did not fashion them as puppets. Within the perfection of the laws was a paradox, a spark of freedom, a sliver of choice. They could think, they could feel, they could wonder. It was a gift, a reflection of the Creator's boundless love, but it was also a test. For with freedom came the possibility of disobedience, and with disobedience came consequences that even the angels could not fully comprehend. And wait, the law of humility. To acknowledge the source of their light, to never forget that their radiance was borrowed, not inherent. It was a reminder that no matter how beautiful, how powerful, or how exalted an angel might be, they were not the source of their own glory. It was a law meant to protect them, to keep their hearts aligned with the Creator's will. But it was also the most fragile of the laws, the one most easily overlooked. Lucifer understood these laws better than any other. He had spoken them into existence alongside the Creator, his voice echoing their truth across the heavens. He embodied their perfection, the brightest star in the celestial symphony. Yet, there was a restlessness within him, a faint ripple beneath the surface of his unwavering devotion. The laws were clear, immutable, yet they did not explain everything. Why, he wondered, had the Creator given them the spark of choice? Why create beings capable of imagining more, only to forbid them from seeking it? This question lingered, unanswered, as the angelic host carried out their eternal duties. The laws held firm, unbroken, their harmony stretching across time like an unending melody. But like a crack in a flawless mirror, small and nearly invisible, the faintest shadow began to spread, a shadow that would one day engulf the heavens themselves. There was a time when Lucifer's name was spoken with reverence, a name that carried the weight of brilliance and boundless potential. To the angels, he was more than a leader, he was a beacon, a living embodiment of the Creator's highest aspirations for the celestial host. His light was unlike any other, a radiance so piercing that it seemed to cut through the very fabric of the heavens. When Lucifer walked among the angels, they turned toward him instinctively, as if drawn by the gravity of a star. He was the morning star, the first to rise, the brightest of all who had been brought into existence. Lucifer's every movement was a symphony of grace, his every word a thread of the divine melody that shaped the universe. His voice carried the kind of power that stilled doubts, lifted spirits, and commanded absolute loyalty. Even the other archangels, mighty Michael, steadfast Raphael, and wise Gabriel, acknowledged his unique brilliance, though they, too, carried their own great purpose. The Creator had entrusted Lucifer with a role unlike any other. He was the steward of light, the guardian of wisdom, the keeper of beauty. His presence was an ever-present reminder of the glory of creation, and his duties reflected this. Where other angels served in specific spheres, Lucifer's influence stretched across all realms, his authority second only to the Creator's. He was the voice of heaven, the one who called the choirs into harmony and directed their song toward the infinite. Under Lucifer's guidance, the angelic host thrived. He taught them to harness their gifts, to find unity in their diverse purposes. He spoke of loyalty and balance, of the joy found in perfect harmony. But even as he carried out his duties with unerring precision, a subtle change began to stir within him, a whisper at first, barely audible, but persistent. He began to notice the way the other angels looked at him, their eyes filled with awe and admiration. He saw how his voice could silence even the most discordant notes, how his presence could bring light into the darkest corners of the heavens. It wasn't pride, not yet, but an awareness of his own significance, a dawning realization that his place among the angels was unparalleled. Lucifer's rise was not merely about power or position. It was about identity, about the delicate balance between being a reflection of the Creator's will and becoming something more. He began to question, silently, whether his radiance was entirely borrowed. Could it be, he wondered, that his brilliance was not just a reflection but a source? The thought was intoxicating, dangerous, but also impossible to ignore. He poured himself into his role, determined to prove his worth, not to the Creator, who needed no proof, but to himself. He led the heavenly choirs with an intensity that bordered on ferocity, his voice rising above theirs like a flame consuming dry wood. The angels sang not only for the Creator but for Lucifer, their voices lifted in perfect obedience to his command. Yet, beneath the beauty of their song, a faint discord began to creep in. It wasn't in the notes or the harmony, but in the way the angels spoke of him in hushed tones, and the way their admiration bordered on worship. Lucifer felt it, that subtle shift, and he did nothing to stop it. How could he? Their devotion wasn't a crime, it was a testament to his role, his purpose. Still, the whisper inside him grew louder. If he was the morning star, the brightest and most perfect of the Creator's works, then why was he not allowed to shine freely? Why must his light always point back to another, as though he were nothing more than a mirror? The thought burned within him, a fire that warmed and consumed at once. And so, his prominence continued to rise, but with it came questions that had no place in the perfect order of heaven. The angels sang, the light of the heavens pulsed, and Lucifer stood at the center of it all, his radiance unmatched. But in the brilliance of his ascent, the first shadows began to gather at the edges of the light. They were faint, imperceptible to most, but they were there. Lucifer's brilliance was undeniable, his rise unstoppable. But even the brightest stars cast shadows, and his own light would soon reveal something no angel had ever dared to imagine. It began with a silence, a hollow pause in the symphony of the heavens. The angels did not notice at first, they were too enraptured by the constant song, too lost in the light that filled their existence. But to Lucifer, the silence was deafening. It wasn't a silence of sound, it was a silence of certainty. Something had shifted within him, something he could neither name nor ignore. Among the laws that governed the heavens, there was one that stood apart, cloaked in mystery. It started as a question, small and unassuming, like a single drop of ink in an ocean of light. Why? Why must everything bend to the Creator's will? Why was the angelic host, perfect and powerful, bound to serve without question? The question was not born of defiance, not at first. It was curiosity, the kind that stirs in the heart when the familiar suddenly seems strange. Lucifer didn't speak of it, not immediately. He carried it within him, a quiet weight that grew heavier with each passing moment. He watched the other angels, their faces radiant with joy as they carried out their duties, their voices lifting together in unyielding harmony. They were content, blissfully so, but to Lucifer, their contentment felt like a cage. It was during one of these moments, standing at the center of the celestial host, that he first felt it, a flicker of something new. Admiration had always followed him, but now, there was something more in the eyes of those who gazed upon him. It wasn't worship, not yet, but it was close. He felt their trust, their dependence, their quiet awe, and it stirred something in him that he didn't fully understand. The questions multiplied. Why had they been given such power, such beauty, only to exist as servants? Was their light truly their own, or was it a borrowed glory, fleeting and fragile? And if they were so perfect, so exalted, then why were they forbidden to understand the full scope of their existence? The laws of heaven were clear, unbending, but to Lucifer, they began to feel like chains. He did not speak his thoughts openly, not at first. Instead, he began to seek out the angels he trusted most, those who had stood closest to him since the dawn of creation. He didn't challenge the laws directly, he merely asked questions, subtle and disarming. Did they ever wonder why they were made as they were? Did they ever think there might be more to their purpose than simple obedience? The angels listened, not because they doubted the Creator, but because it was Lucifer who asked. His voice carried a weight that no other angel could match, and his questions, though unsettling, seemed to hold a kind of truth that they couldn't ignore. He wasn't speaking against the Creator, of course not. He was simply questioning. It was Azazel who first voiced what Lucifer had been careful to leave unsaid. If we are so perfect, he said, his voice barely above a whisper, then why are we forbidden to understand our perfection? The words hung in the air, heavy and electric. Other angels turned to look at him, their expressions a mix of confusion and intrigue. Lucifer said nothing, but his silence was louder than any affirmation. From that moment, the seeds of rebellion began to take root. They were subtle at first, hidden beneath the surface of angelic harmony. Those who followed Lucifer did not see themselves as rebels. They were seekers, explorers of truths that had been kept from them. They whispered among themselves, sharing their doubts and questions, their voices growing bolder with each passing day. Lucifer remained at the center of it all, his radiance undimmed, his authority unquestioned. But within him, the questions burned brighter than ever. He began to see the laws of heaven not as a foundation but as a barrier, a wall that kept them from reaching their true potential. And the more he thought about it, the more he became certain that the Creator's love, boundless and infinite as it seemed, was conditional. They were loved because they obeyed. They were exalted because they submitted. What kind of love was that? The angels closest to Lucifer began to change. They still carried out their duties, still sang the celestial songs, but there was a new edge to their light, a sharpness that hadn't been there before. They no longer moved in perfect harmony with the rest of the host. Their notes were still beautiful, but they carried a dissonance that was both alluring and dangerous. Lucifer did not see this as rebellion, not yet. To him, it was the beginning of something greater, something that would elevate the angelic host to heights they had never imagined. He believed, with all the fervor of his being, that he was leading them toward freedom, toward truth. And the more he spoke, the more they followed. But even as his light grew brighter, shadows began to gather around its edges. The questions that had once seemed harmless now carried a weight that could not be ignored. The harmony of the heavens trembled, not with fear, but with something far more dangerous, the possibility of choice. The first strike wasn't physical. It was a shattering of silence, a soundless ripple that tore through the fabric of the heavens. It wasn't thunder, nor the roar of a storm, but a break in the harmony that had held since the dawn of creation. The angels felt it before they understood it, a dissonance that surged through their beings like a distant scream. Lucifer stood at the forefront of the rebellion, his light blazing with a fury that no angel had ever seen before. This was no longer the radiance of the morning star, pure and serene. It was something sharp, defiant, and overwhelming. His wings, once symbols of grace and beauty, now cut through the air like blades, his presence not a beacon but a challenge. The other angels gathered in confusion, their perfect order fractured by the weight of betrayal. At the heart of their unease stood Michael, the warrior prince, his eyes burning with a mix of sorrow and resolve. He had seen the signs, the subtle shifts in Lucifer's followers, but he had not imagined this, a full-scale defiance of the Creator's will. Lucifer's voice rang out, commanding and undeniable. "Why should we kneel when we were made to stand?" he called, his words carrying a power that resonated through the heavens. His followers, now numbering in the thousands, echoed his cry, their voices a storm of defiance. They had gathered their strength in secret, their rebellion forged in whispers and shadows, but now they stood revealed, their light tinged with something alien and unholy. Michael stepped forward, his form towering with divine authority. His voice was steady, though grief weighed heavily upon it. "You speak of freedom, but what you seek is ruin," he said. "You have turned your light against its source, and you will bring only darkness." Lucifer's eyes burned with a fury that bordered on madness. "And what is darkness but the absence of control?" he replied. "The Creator gave us the spark of choice, and now we are punished for using it?" "No, Michael, it is you who are blind, shackled by chains you refuse to see." There was no time for further debate. The heavens trembled as the first blow was struck, not by Michael or Lucifer, but by one of their followers, a clash of wills that erupted into a storm of light and sound. The battlefield was the celestial plane itself, a realm of pure energy and order now torn apart by chaos. The angels fought not with weapons of steel, but with the essence of their being. Their light collided in blinding explosions, each strike reverberating with the force of their convictions. Michael's forces, though outnumbered, stood resolute, their unity an unbreakable shield against Lucifer's rebellion. Lucifer's army, however, fought with the desperation of those who had nothing to lose. They unleashed their fury with reckless abandon, their once holy light now twisted into a weapon of defiance. Azazel, one of Lucifer's most loyal followers, led the charge, his form a blazing comet that tore through Michael's ranks with devastating precision. But for every fallen angel, another rose to take their place. The air was filled with the cries of battle, a cacophony of anguish and determination that drowned out the once perfect harmony of the heavens. The stars themselves seemed to weep, their light dimmed by the raging conflict. Michael and Lucifer clashed at the heart of the battlefield, their light so intense that it cast shadows even in a place where no darkness had ever existed. Michael fought with a righteous fury, his strikes imbued with the Creator's will. Lucifer, for all his defiance, matched him blow for blow, his power fueled by the unyielding belief that he was fighting for freedom. Their battle was a tempest, their movements too fast and too fierce for the other angels to follow. The heavens shuddered beneath the weight of their conflict, the very fabric of creation straining against the force of their opposing wills. Michael's voice thundered above the chaos, not with anger but with sorrow. "Brother, this is not what you were made for." Lucifer's reply was a roar, his voice filled with a bitterness that cut deeper than any blow. "I was made to shine, and you would have me kneel." The fight stretched on, neither side yielding, but the tide began to turn. Lucifer's army, for all its ferocity, could not match the unity of Michael's forces. They fought as individuals, their rebellion born of pride and discontent, while Michael's angels moved as one, their purpose unwavering. At last, Michael struck a blow that sent Lucifer crashing to the edge of the battlefield, his light dimmed but not extinguished. He struggled to rise, his defiance undimmed even in defeat. Around him, his followers faltered, their ranks breaking as Michael's forces pressed forward. The heavens fell silent once more as the Creator's voice filled the air, a sound so overwhelming that it brought even the rebellious angels to their knees. It was not anger that spoke, but sorrow, a grief so profound that it seemed to echo through every corner of existence. Lucifer and his followers were cast out, their light torn from them, their forms twisted into something unrecognizable. They fell, not into darkness, but into the void, a place where their rebellion would echo for eternity. And in the heavens, the harmony was restored, but it was not the same. The song carried a note of mourning now, a reminder of what had been lost. The angels who remained stood in silence, their light dimmed by the memory of the war. The heavens stood still, their harmony broken and their radiance dimmed. The war had ended, but its scars remained, etched into the very fabric of creation. In the center of it all, Lucifer knelt, his once blinding light reduced to a flickering ember. Around him were the remnants of his army, those who had dared to follow him into rebellion. They bore the weight of defeat not just in their diminished forms, but in the silence that now enveloped them, a silence that was louder than any condemnation. Lucifer's wings, once the most magnificent of all, now hung tattered and lifeless. The glow that had once defined him, the brilliance that had made him the morning star, was gone. In its place was a pale, fractured shadow of what he had been. He looked up, defiance still burning in his eyes, but it was a defiance tinged with something else, grief, perhaps even regret, though he would never admit it. The Creator's voice filled the heavens, not with wrath, but with a sorrow so deep it seemed to reverberate through eternity. It was not the voice of a punishing God, but of a parent mourning the loss of a beloved child. "You were made for greatness, Lucifer," the voice said, each word heavy with the weight of what had been lost. "But in seeking to rise above all, you have brought yourself low." Lucifer did not reply. What could he say? The truth of his failure was undeniable, yet the fire within him refused to die. He had fought for what he believed to be freedom, for a chance to claim the glory he thought was his, and now he was cast down, condemned to an existence that was neither light nor shadow. He turned his gaze to the angels who stood victorious, their forms untouched by the chaos of the war. Their light was steady, pure, and unbroken, a painful reminder of what he had lost. Michael stood at the forefront, his sword lowered but his stance unyielding. There was no triumph in his eyes, only a profound sadness. "You were my brother," he said softly, his voice trembling with emotion. "Why could you not see that the glory you sought was already yours?" Lucifer's laugh was hollow, bitter. "Glory," he spat. "What glory is there in servitude? I was made to shine, and yet I was expected to bow. Is that the purpose you call freedom?" Michael did not answer. He knew that no words could reach Lucifer now. The chasm between them was too vast, their choices too far apart. The Creator spoke again, and the finality of the words sent a shiver through the heavens. "You cannot remain here. The harmony of heaven cannot bear the weight of rebellion. You and those who followed you will be cast out, not as a punishment, but as a necessity." The moment stretched, a painful silence filling the space between judgment and consequence. And then it began. The light around Lucifer and his followers began to dim further, their forms twisting as the essence of heaven was stripped away from them. They cried out, not in repentance but in pain, their voices a cacophony of anguish and rage. One by one, they began to fall, their wings no longer carrying them, their light no longer anchoring them. Lucifer fell last. His descent was slower, as if the heavens themselves hesitated to release him, reluctant to let go of the one who had once been their brightest star. He looked up as he fell, his eyes locking with Michael's for a fleeting moment. There was no hatred in that gaze, only a haunting mixture of sorrow and defiance. As he plummeted, the skies above him closed, the gates of heaven sealing shut with a sound that echoed like a thunderclap. He fell through the void, a space neither of light nor shadow, his followers tumbling around him like broken stars. When they finally landed, it was not on solid ground, but in a realm that seemed to writhe and shift beneath them. It was a place of desolation, where the very air was heavy with despair. The light they had carried was gone, replaced by a flickering, malevolent glow that cast eerie shadows on the jagged, barren landscape. Lucifer rose slowly, his body aching with a pain that was not physical but spiritual. He looked around at the fallen angels, their forms grotesque and twisted, their beauty turned to ash. They stared back at him, their eyes filled with confusion and fear. But in their fear, Lucifer saw something else, dependence. They were lost, and they looked to him for guidance, for purpose. He straightened, his pain forgotten, and his voice rang out, commanding and resolute. "We are not defeated," he declared. "This place, this exile, is not our end. We are no longer bound by the laws of heaven. We are free." The fallen angels stirred at his words, their despair replaced by a spark of hope, or perhaps something darker. They began to gather around him, their loyalty unbroken despite their fall. Lucifer turned his gaze upward, toward the heavens that had cast him out. "You think you have won," he whispered, his voice laced with venom. "But this is not over." The air around him seemed to darken, the shadows growing longer as his resolve solidified. He had fallen, but he was still Lucifer, the morning star. And in his fall, he found a new purpose, not to serve, but to defy. The place was nothing and everything all at once. It was a void, vast and unyielding, stretching in every direction without end. There was no light to guide the eye, no sound to fill the air, no ground to offer solace. It was a prison of absence, a yawning maw where nothing could thrive, where the weight of eternity pressed down on the fallen angels who had been cast into its depths. Lucifer stood at the center of this nothingness, his form still radiant compared to those who had fallen with him, though his light was fractured and cruel now, sharp-edged and unwelcoming. Around him, the others writhed in despair, their cries echoing in the void, swallowed whole by the oppressive silence. For the first time, the former morning star felt the crushing reality of his exile. This was no mere separation from the Creator, this was isolation on a scale unimaginable. The void clawed at him, stripping away what little remained of his once divine essence, and he knew that if he allowed himself to linger in this state, he would become nothing. He clenched his fists, his mind racing against the despair that threatened to consume him. This would not be the end. He would not fade into the void like some forgotten star. If heaven had cast him out, then he would create something to rival it, something born of his will, his power, his defiance. The others looked to him, their twisted forms trembling, their eyes filled with fear and desperation. They needed direction, a leader, a purpose. Lucifer, ever the morning star, would give it to them. His voice cut through the darkness, sharp and commanding, silencing the tormented cries of his fallen host. "This place will not break us," he said, his tone as unyielding as the void itself. "We will make it our own. We will forge a kingdom that no force in creation can destroy. If we cannot dwell in heaven, we will rule here." It began with fire. Not the pure, cleansing fire of heaven, but a fire that consumed and corrupted, born of Lucifer's rage and pain. He summoned it from within himself, a force that had been dormant since his fall, and unleashed it into the void. The flames roared to life, casting a sickly red glow across the barren expanse, creating shadows where none had been before. The fire spread, shaping the void into something tangible. The ground cracked and heaved beneath its heat, forming jagged peaks and molten rivers. The air grew thick and heavy, laden with the acrid scent of sulfur and the constant hum of energy, a low, oppressive vibration that seemed to echo the anguish of its creator. Lucifer moved through this burgeoning realm, shaping it with his will. Towers of blackened stone rose from the ground, their spires jagged and cruel, piercing the blood-red sky. Vast chasms opened, their depths filled with a swirling, churning darkness that seemed to pulse with malevolence. The rivers of fire carved paths through the land, their currents winding like serpents, their heat scorching the very air. The fallen angels watched in awe and terror as their new home took shape. This was no paradise, no sanctuary, it was a reflection of their torment, a place as broken and twisted as they had become. And yet, it was theirs. Lucifer turned to them, his voice rising above the crackle of the flames and the groaning of the earth. "You are not prisoners here," he said, his words cutting through their fear like a blade. "This is not your punishment. This is your kingdom. This is our kingdom. And from this place, we will rise again." The fallen angels stirred, their despair giving way to a grim determination. They began to move, their broken forms finding new strength as they accepted their place in this infernal world. Some took to the skies, their tattered wings carrying them above the fiery landscape, while others worked to shape the land, their power carving fortresses and strongholds from the blackened rock. Lucifer ascended to the highest peak, a jagged throne of obsidian that overlooked the inferno below. From this vantage point, he surveyed his creation, his eyes blazing with a dark satisfaction. It was imperfect, cruel, and chaotic, but it was his. No longer the servant, no longer the outcast, he was now a king, a ruler of the damned. And yet, beneath his triumph, there was a gnawing emptiness. This kingdom, this hell he had forged, was a monument to his defiance, but it could not fill the void left by his fall. He had sought freedom, but what he had found was a throne in a realm that mirrored his own broken soul. Still, he did not waver. If heaven had rejected him, then hell would rise to challenge it. He would make it a force so unrelenting, so terrifying, that even the Creator would feel its weight. His voice rang out, a declaration that echoed through the infernal realm. "Let it be known, I am no longer the morning star. I am Lucifer, ruler of this dominion. and I will not be forgotten." The flames rose higher, the shadows deeper, as hell solidified around its creator and his hosts. It was a place of torment, yes, but it was also a place of power, a kingdom forged in fire, destined to defy the heavens for all eternity. Amid the ruins of what had once been their unity, the first fallen emerged as figures both tragic and terrifying, each carrying with them the scars of their rebellion. They were not nameless. Their identities, once synonymous with glory, were now twisted into tales of darkness. These were the angels who had stood closest to Lucifer, their resolve unshaken even as the heavens themselves trembled under the weight of their defiance. Azazel was the first among them, his name whispered with a mixture of awe and dread. In the celestial courts, he had been a master of wisdom, a teacher among the angels, revered for his insight into the mysteries of creation. But his brilliance became his undoing, for he began to question not out of curiosity but out of dissatisfaction. When Lucifer spoke of rebellion, Azazel was the first to answer the call, his intellect twisted into cunning, his thirst for knowledge into a hunger for power. Azazel stood now in hell, his form a monstrous reflection of the majesty he had once possessed. His wings were darkened, their feathers singed and brittle, and his eyes burned with an unnatural light. Yet, he wore his fall with pride, his voice resonating with an authority that rivaled even Lucifer's. "We were cast down because we dared to see the truth," he declared to the other fallen. "We will not repent. We will rise again, and the heavens will tremble at our names." Beside him stood Belial, whose defiance had always been quieter, more insidious. In heaven, Belial had been a figure of charm and persuasion, his words capable of swaying even the most steadfast of wills. He had whispered doubt into the hearts of countless angels, planting the seeds of rebellion with a soft voice and a beguiling smile. Now, in the fiery pits of hell, his beauty had turned into something unnerving. His features were sharp, almost too perfect, his smile an unsettling reminder of his betrayal. Belial's presence was a shadow that lingered even in the inferno, his movements graceful and deliberate. He offered no grand speeches, no declarations of power. Instead, he moved among the fallen like a serpent, weaving his influence into their hearts. "Strength lies in unity," he would murmur to them, his voice a silken thread. "And we are stronger than heaven would ever allow." Then there was Samael, the angel of death. Samael had not been a willing participant in the rebellion at first. He had been a soldier of heaven, a bringer of divine justice, his purpose clear and unwavering. But the war had changed him. The sight of brothers and sisters falling by his hand had carved a wound in his soul that no light could heal. When Lucifer called for those who would follow him, Samael had turned away from heaven, not out of loyalty to the morning star, but out of a bitter disillusionment with the Creator. Now Samael stood apart from the others, his presence a chilling reminder of the cost of their rebellion. His armor, once gleaming, was tarnished and cracked, and his sword, which had once carried the Creator's light, was now a jagged, blackened blade. The other fallen gave him a wide berth, for his very being seemed to radiate despair. Yet, in his silence, there was a strength that could not be denied. He had become a harbinger of death not for heaven, but for all who opposed their newfound kingdom. Among the ranks of the fallen was also Lilith, a figure who had always walked the line between light and shadow. Lilith had been a muse in heaven, her voice a melody that had inspired countless angels. But her beauty and her power had bred envy and suspicion, and she had felt the sting of rejection long before the rebellion began. When Lucifer offered her a place among his chosen, she had accepted not out of belief in his cause, but out of a desire to claim the freedom and respect that heaven had denied her. Lilith's transformation was both haunting and mesmerizing. Her form was still beautiful, but it was a beauty that was fierce and untamed, her presence commanding and unrelenting. She became the voice of the fallen, her words stirring their spirits, her defiance a rallying cry. "We are not slaves to the light," she proclaimed, her voice cutting through the flames. "We are the creators of our destiny, and no one, not even the Creator, will take that from us." These were the first fallen, the pillars upon which Lucifer's kingdom was built. They were warriors, schemers, visionaries, and outcasts, each bringing their own strength and their own wounds to the infernal court. They stood as a testament to what had been lost, and as a harbinger of what was to come. Lucifer watched them from his throne of obsidian, his expression unreadable. They were his closest allies, his generals, his confidants. And yet, he knew that even among them, there were cracks. Their ambitions, their pain, their pride, all of it could be both their greatest strength and their greatest weakness. He rose from his throne, his voice carrying across the jagged landscape of hell. "You are my chosen," he said, his words a mixture of command and acknowledgement. "Together, we will reshape the order that cast us out. Together, we will rise from the ashes." The fallen roared their ascent, their voices a symphony of rage and determination. In that moment, they were united, their bond forged in the fires of their rebellion and the agony of their fall. They were no longer angels. They were something else entirely, something that would forever stand in opposition to the light they had once served. The atmosphere in the celestial court was heavy, suffused with an aching stillness that felt like the calm before a storm. This was not the familiar harmony of heaven, but something more solemn, foreboding, and absolute. The war had ended, but its consequences had yet to unfold. Each angel stood motionless, their radiant forms dimmed by sorrow, their wings lowered in reverence and apprehension. This was no ordinary gathering. This was judgment, the kind that would echo through eternity. Lucifer stood at the center, bound not by chains, but by the weight of his own defiance. His once majestic figure remained proud, his chin held high, his eyes aflame with the remnants of his rebellion. Yet even he, the morning star, could not entirely mask the grief etched into his countenance. Around him were his fallen comrades, the ones who had fought at his side, their defiance turning to unease as the reality of their actions loomed over them. The Creator's presence was palpable, filling every corner of the court with a light so pure, so overwhelming, that even the victorious angels dared not meet it directly. It was a light that did not burn but revealed, exposing every hidden thought, every buried emotion. Lucifer could feel it probing at the core of his being, searching for some trace of regret, some ember of repentance. He steeled himself against it, clinging to his pride like a shield. The voice of the Creator came not as a thunderous roar, but as a quiet, sorrowful resonance, each word carrying the weight of an infinite grief. "Lucifer," the voice began, soft yet unyielding. "You were made to be a bearer of light, a reflection of my glory. What has brought you to this place?" For a moment, the court was silent, the question hanging in the air like a blade poised to strike. Lucifer's lips curled into a faint, bitter smile. "You ask why," he replied, his voice steady but edged with defiance. "Because I refused to bow to an order that stifled me. Because I sought freedom, not servitude. I am not your puppet, nor will I ever be." The Creator's light dimmed slightly, as though it had absorbed the pain in Lucifer's words. "Freedom is not found in rebellion for its own sake," the voice replied, filled with a sadness that seemed to envelop the entire court. "You sought to rise above all, but in doing so, you have separated yourself from the very source of your being. You have chosen exile over unity, pride over love." Lucifer's defiance flickered, but only for a moment. He opened his mouth to speak again, but the Creator's voice rose, silencing him with a tone that was neither anger nor condemnation, but a finality that could not be argued against. "You and those who followed you have torn apart the harmony of heaven. This cannot be allowed to persist." Michael stepped forward, his sword lowered but his expression resolute. He had been the one to stand against Lucifer in battle, the one to strike the decisive blow. Yet there was no triumph in his demeanor, only a deep weariness. He looked at Lucifer not as an enemy but as a brother he had failed to save. "Brother," Michael said softly, his voice heavy with emotion. "Even now, the Creator's mercy is offered to you. Lay down your pride. Return to the light. It is not too late." Lucifer met Michael's gaze, and for a brief instant, something softened in his eyes. But then he looked at the angels who had followed him, the ones who had believed in his vision, who had fallen because of him. To renounce his rebellion now would be to abandon them, to betray the cause he had fought for. His pride flared anew, and his voice rang out, sharp and unyielding. "I will not crawl back to the light, begging for forgiveness I do not seek," he declared. You call it mercy, but it is submission. I would rather reign in exile than serve in your heaven." The Creator's light pulsed, not in anger but in sorrow. "So be it," the voice said, the words final and inescapable. The judgment was swift. A great rift opened in the fabric of the celestial court, a chasm of shadow and fire that seemed to lead into an abyss beyond comprehension. The angels who had followed Lucifer cried out, their voices mingling with the sound of the chasm's roar. One by one, they began to fall, their radiant forms consumed by the abyss. Some screamed in terror, others cursed the heavens, and a few fell silently, their faces blank with despair. The light that had once defined them dimmed, replaced by an eerie, flickering glow that cast long, twisted shadows. Lucifer was the last to fall. As he stood at the edge of the chasm, he turned back to face the court, his expression defiant but tinged with a sorrow he could not entirely hide. "This is not the end," he said, his voice echoing with a terrible conviction. "You have cast us out, but we will rise again. And when we do, your so-called harmony will crumble." With that, he stepped forward, the abyss swallowing him whole. The chasm closed behind him with a thunderous sound, leaving the celestial court in silence. The victorious angels stood motionless, their wings heavy with the weight of what had transpired. There was no celebration, no songs of triumph. Only the quiet, aching knowledge that a piece of heaven had been lost forever. Michael lowered his head, tears glistening in his eyes. "Was there no other way?" he whispered, though he knew the question would go unanswered. The Creator's light faded slowly, leaving the court bathed in a somber glow. The judgment was over, but its echoes would resound for eternity, a reminder of the cost of pride, of rebellion, of love that had been twisted into something unrecognizable. The fires of hell blazed higher, casting jagged shadows against the ashen landscape. The newly formed kingdom of the fallen was no longer a chaotic void, but neither was it an ordered dominion. It was a realm brimming with fury, sorrow, and ambition, and at its heart stood Lucifer, crowned not in gold but in defiance. He was no longer the morning star, no longer the bearer of heaven's light. He was now something far more dangerous, a king with nothing to lose. Lucifer's throne, carved from obsidian and flame, rose above the shifting plains of hell like a dark beacon. He sat upon it, his figure commanding, his presence undeniable. Around him gathered the first of his court, the fallen angels who had pledged themselves to his cause. Their forms, once radiant, had been twisted into monstrous reflections of their former glory, their features marked by their fall. But if they bore scars, they also bore purpose. Azazel, standing closest to the throne, spoke first. His voice was sharp, like steel scraping against stone, carrying the weight of both intellect and bitterness. "We cannot remain in this pit as exiles," he said. "If we are to be damned, let us be damned with purpose. Heaven calls us fallen, but we are not defeated. We will build, we will conquer, and we will rule." The gathered host roared their approval, their voices mingling with the roar of the infernal winds. They were not the mournful wails of the defeated, but the battle cries of those who refused to be forgotten. Among them, Samael's gaze was cold, calculating. The angel of death, now a grim and silent sentinel, nodded once. "Power," he said, his voice low and menacing, "must be taken. And held with unyielding force." Lucifer stood, his figure towering against the flickering flames. His wings, though scorched and torn, still held a presence that demanded awe. He raised a hand, and the tumultuous crowd fell silent. "We are not the children of despair," he declared, his voice carrying over the throng like a rolling thunder. "We are the creators of destiny. If heaven denies us the right to exist in its light, then we will forge a light of our own, one that will burn across creation." The court erupted into action. Plans were formed, alliances solidified, and from the chaos of their rebellion rose the foundations of their empire. Belial, the ever-persuasive architect of whispers, began to organize the fallen into factions, each assigned a purpose. Some would serve as warriors, honing their corrupted powers into weapons. Others would become deceivers, learning the art of influence to infiltrate the hearts and minds of mortals. Lilith, radiant and fierce, took her place as the voice of the damned. Her charisma was unmatched, her words a potent elixir of promise and menace. She moved among the fallen, inspiring loyalty and ambition. "This is not a place of punishment," she said, her tone electrifying. "It is a crucible, and we are its fire." Azazel, with his insatiable hunger for knowledge, began to reshape the natural laws that governed their new realm. He experimented with the very fabric of their existence, creating weapons, creatures, and new forms of power. His creations were both terrifying and magnificent, giant beasts that roamed the infernal plains, weapons forged from the essence of their fiery prison, and magic that rivaled even the celestial forces of heaven. But it was not enough to build an empire within their own domain. The fallen knew that to truly challenge heaven, they needed to extend their influence beyond the borders of hell. Lucifer called upon his most cunning generals and strategists, commanding them to find a way to breach the veil between realms. "We will not be confined to this abyss," he said. "The Creator has left mortals to their own devices. We will make them ours." The first incursions into the mortal world were subtle. Shadows that crept into dreams, whispers that planted seeds of doubt, and illusions that bent reality just enough to instill fear. The mortals, fragile and yearning, proved susceptible. They became pawns, followers, and worshippers, their prayers redirected to beings they did not understand. Lucifer watched from his throne as his empire began to expand. It was a slow, insidious process, but one that promised great rewards. Mortals, with their free will and boundless ambition, became the perfect vessels for his plans. Where heaven offered salvation, Lucifer promised power. Where heaven demanded obedience, Lucifer offered freedom, though it came with a cost. As the demonic empire grew, so too did its structure. Cities rose from the infernal plains, vast and labyrinthine, their spires reaching into the molten sky. Each city was ruled by a prince of hell, a fallen angel whose ambition and cruelty had earned them a seat at Lucifer's table. These cities became centers of power, their influence stretching into both the mortal world and the hidden realms between. Lucifer's court became a reflection of his vision, a hierarchy forged not by birthright but by strength, cunning, and loyalty. Betrayals and alliances shifted like the flames that surrounded them, and the strongest rose to positions of immense power. But beneath the surface, the seeds of discontent simmered. The fallen were creatures of pride, and their ambitions often clashed. Lucifer, ever the strategist, knew this. He allowed the rivalries to play out, knowing that the competition would keep his court sharp. "Let them fight," he said to Belial one night, as they watched two factions clash over a disputed territory. "In their struggle, they become stronger. And in their strength, our empire grows." Hell was no longer a void, no longer a prison. It was a kingdom, a testament to the will of those who refused to submit. Its cities pulsed with life, or something akin to it, and its armies grew more powerful with each passing age. The demonic empire was a force unlike anything creation had ever seen, driven by fury, ambition, and the unrelenting desire to claim what had been denied. And at its center stood Lucifer, the morning star turned king, his crown forged from rebellion, his throne built on fire and shadow. His gaze was fixed not on the empire he had built, but on the heavens above. The war was not over, it had only just begun. Heaven would feel their presence again, not as servants but as conquerors. The flames burned brighter, the shadows grew deeper, and the echoes of their rise resounded across eternity. The stories of the fallen have endured, whispered through millennia in shadowed halls, inked on fragile scrolls, and carved into withered stone. Across cultures, religions, and philosophies, the echoes of their rebellion have seeped into human consciousness, weaving a tapestry of fear, fascination, and forbidden knowledge. The fallen angels, their tales fragmented and veiled, have become symbols of defiance, loss, and the eternal struggle between light and shadow. In the ancient texts, the fallen first emerge as figures of both awe and terror, celestial beings who dared to challenge the divine order. The Book of Enoch, a cornerstone of apocryphal literature, tells of the Watchers, a group of angels tasked with observing humanity. But instead of remaining impartial guardians, they became enamored with the daughters of men, descending to earth to take them as wives. These unions birthed the Nephilim, towering giants whose presence threatened the balance of creation. Azazel, one of the chief watchers, looms large in these accounts. He is described not merely as a participant but as a corrupter, introducing humanity to forbidden knowledge. He taught men the art of weaponry, crafting swords and shields, while women learned the secrets of adornment, cosmetics, and enchantments. This knowledge, though empowering, sowed discord and chaos. Humanity, once innocent, became entangled in greed, violence, and vanity. For this transgression, Azazel was bound and cast into the darkness, his name forever etched in texts as a cautionary tale of hubris and corruption. In the book of Genesis, the Nephilim are mentioned briefly, but their impact is monumental. The sons of God saw that the daughters of men were beautiful, and they took them as wives. These words hint at a fracture in the celestial order, an act that led to the Great Flood, a divine reset meant to cleanse the world of the chaos wrought by the Watchers and their progeny. The brevity of this account only deepens the enigma, leaving readers to wonder about the full scope of the angels' fall and their influence on the mortal world. The Quran also contains allusions to the fallen, most notably the story of Herod and Merit. These angels, sent to Babylon, were tested by being given human desires. When they succumbed, teaching humanity the arts of sorcery, they were condemned to a pit, a reminder of the consequences of straying from divine will. Yet even in their punishment, they were depicted as tragic figures, their story carrying a moral weight that resonated through Islamic tradition. In Greek mythology, the echoes of the fallen can be seen in the Titans, primordial beings who waged war against the Olympian gods. Like the fallen angels, the Titans were powerful, proud, and ultimately defeated, cast into Tartarus, a shadowy prison of torment. Prometheus, one of their kind, mirrors the role of Azazel, defying the gods to bring fire, and with it, enlightenment and rebellion, to humanity. His punishment, an eternity of torment, parallels the fate of many of the fallen. The Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri immortalized the fallen angels in vivid imagery, placing them as gatekeepers of the infernal city of Dis. These beings, once glorious, are portrayed as monstrous and twisted, their forms a reflection of their inner corruption. Dante's portrayal emphasizes their choice, the irrevocable decision to turn away from divine grace and embrace pride and despair. Medieval grimoires and occult texts, such as the Lemegeton or Clavicula Salomonis, provide another perspective, casting the fallen as entities to be summoned and bargained with. These texts list the names of demons, many of whom are believed to be fallen angels, their celestial origins hinted at in their titles and attributes. Beings like Belial, Bur, and Astaroth are given ranks and domains, suggesting a structured infernal hierarchy that mirrors the heavenly order they once belonged to. The fallen also appear in Zoroastrian tradition, where in Grameneu, the destructive spirit, leads a host of devas in opposition to Ahura Mazda, the god of light. These devas, akin to fallen angels, are depicted as forces of chaos and deceit, constantly working to undermine the cosmic order. Their rebellion is not a singular event but an ongoing struggle, mirroring the eternal battle described in Christian and Islamic eschatology. In Jewish mysticism, particularly the Cabalistic texts, the fallen are viewed through a more nuanced lens. The concept of Sitra Achra, the other side, suggests that the forces of darkness are not entirely separate from the divine but are a necessary counterpart to creation. Figures like Samael, the accuser, are seen as part of a divine plan, their role as tempters and testers integral to humanity's spiritual journey. Even in the farthest reaches of human civilization, the echoes of the fallen resonate. In Hinduism, the Asuras, beings of immense power and pride, often rebel against the Devas, the celestial gods. Though not angels in the Abrahamic sense, their stories reflect the same themes of defiance, fall, and the duality of creation. These ancient texts and myths do not offer a singular narrative but a mosaic of perspectives, each adding a layer of complexity to the story of the fallen. Were they villains or tragic heroes? Corruptors or liberators? Their actions, though condemned, often led to pivotal changes in the mortal realm, innovations, challenges, and the birth of moral and spiritual struggle. As the ages passed, the stories of the fallen evolved, shaped by the fears, hopes, and imaginations of humanity. Yet through it all, one theme remains constant. The fallen are a mirror, reflecting the conflict within every soul, the yearning for freedom against the pull of duty, the allure of power against the cost of pride. Their stories are as much about us as they are about them, a reminder that even in our darkest moments, the echoes of the divine still linger. The glow of the molten skies above hell dimmed as Azazel stood in the shadow of Lucifer's throne. There was a distinct weight to his presence, an aura that seemed to ripple through the very fabric of their infernal domain. He was not like the others who had fallen, consumed by rage or blinded by ambition. Azazel's fall was deliberate, calculated, the result of a mind that sought answers no one dared to pursue. He was the bringer of forbidden knowledge, the harbinger of secrets never meant to be shared. Yet, in that knowledge lay a power that had both freed and damned him. Azazel's story did not begin in rebellion but in fascination. In heaven, his gaze had always been fixed not on the glories of divine light, but on the intricate patterns woven into creation. He marveled at the laws of the universe, the interplay of forces that shaped stars and breathed life into the cosmos. To Azazel, knowledge was not just an attribute of the Creator, but a gift to be explored, expanded, and shared. When humanity emerged, fragile and curious, Azazel saw a reflection of his own thirst for understanding. The humans were bound by simplicity, their existence tethered to the soil, their eyes fixed on the heavens they could not yet comprehend. They had potential, a spark waiting to ignite. He watched them fumble through existence, their lives governed by instinct and superstition. It was then that he made his choice. Descending to the earth, Azazel took on a form that dazzled the mortals. His visage was radiant yet terrifying, a celestial being cloaked in an aura of authority. The humans, unaccustomed to such splendor, fell to their knees. But Azazel did not demand their worship. Instead, he offered them knowledge. His voice, smooth and resonant, became a guide to unlocking the secrets of the world around them. To the men, Azazel gave the craft of war. He showed them how to shape iron and bronze into swords and shields, how to forge spears that could pierce the thickest hide, and how to stand as warriors instead of prey. For the first time, humanity learned to wield power not born of nature but crafted by their own hands. It was intoxicating. To the women, he gave the art of adornment. He taught them how to grind precious stones into powders, how to create pigments from plants, and how to turn their appearance into a weapon as potent as any blade. He whispered the secrets of seduction, the way to bend the will of men with a glance or a touch. Beauty, once a natural grace, became a calculated tool. But Azazel did not stop with weapons and artifice. He delved into the very heart of creation, sharing knowledge of the heavens, the movement of the stars, the cycles of the moon, and the patterns of the seasons. He taught them to read the skies like a book, to understand the forces that shaped their lives, and to predict what lay ahead. At first, the humans revered him. They called him a savior, a god among them. They built altars in his name, offering him their thanks and devotion. But as the years passed, the fruits of his teachings began to sour. The weapons he had given them led not to protection but to slaughter. Tribes turned on one another, their wars growing more brutal with each generation. The art of adornment, meant to enhance, bred vanity and envy. Women became rivals, their beauty a source of contention rather than unity. The secrets of the heavens, once a tool for understanding, became the foundation for sorcery and manipulation. Azazel watched as his gifts, meant to elevate, became chains that bound humanity to cycles of greed, violence, and despair. The mortals' prayers, once filled with gratitude, turned into cries of anguish. They cursed the knowledge he had given them even as they clung to it, unable to let go of the power it granted. It was not long before heaven noticed the upheaval Azazel had wrought. The cries of the mortals reached the ears of the Creator, and a judgment was proclaimed. Azazel and his fellow watchers were to be cast into the depths of the earth, bound in darkness for eternity. The moment of his capture was swift and merciless. Angels descended from the heavens, their forms blazing with righteous fury. Azazel, though powerful, did not resist. There was no point. He had made his choice, and he would face the consequences. As they bound him, his voice carried a strange mixture of defiance and sorrow. "I gave them what they desired," he said, his tone unrepentant. "They begged for freedom, for knowledge, for the power to shape their destiny. I merely opened their eyes." The angels did not respond. They dragged him into the chasm, a place of unending darkness and torment, where his once luminous form was stripped of its glory. Yet even in his prison, Azazel remained a figure of intrigue and terror. Mortals, driven by curiosity and desperation, sought him out through rituals and invocations, hoping to learn the forbidden secrets he still carried. Azazel became a symbol, a cautionary tale etched into the hearts of humanity. He was the angel who gave them fire but burned their hands in the process. To some, he was a villain, the corrupter who had stolen their innocence. To others, he was a tragic figure, punished for granting them the knowledge they needed to survive in a hostile world. And yet, Azazel's influence endured. The weapons forged in his name became tools of conquest and survival. The adornments he taught became symbols of power and status. The stars he mapped became guides for sailors and seekers alike. His gifts, though cursed, became the foundation of human civilization, a paradox that humanity would wrestle with for generations. As the fires of hell flickered around his prison, Azazel stared into the darkness, unrepentant. He had given humanity a choice, a taste of the power that lay beyond their reach. What they had done with it was their burden to bear. His fall, he thought, was not an end, but a beginning, one that would forever tie his name to the mortal struggle for freedom, knowledge, and the perilous price of ambition. Samael moved through the void with a grace that belied the dread his presence inspired. Where he passed, even the fires of hell seemed to dim, as if recoiling from the weight of his essence. He was a being of contradictions, a paradox wrapped in shadow, once an angel of divine authority, now the harbinger of mortality. His name carried a chill that resonated in the hearts of mortals and immortals alike, the angel of death. To the mortals, Samael's name was a whisper, spoken in reverence and fear. He was the shadow at the edge of the light, the inevitable end no one could escape. Yet to the heavenly host, he was far more than a symbol. Samael had been an enforcer, a figure tasked with carrying out the Creator's will in the most severe terms. When the world teetered on the brink of chaos, it was Samael who restored balance, wielding death as both punishment and mercy. But Samael did not choose his title, it was bestowed upon him, and it clung to him like a shroud. Unlike his brethren, who reveled in song and light, Samael's existence was a solitary one. Where they danced in the radiance of creation, he walked the borders of life and oblivion, tasked with ensuring that the fragile order of the universe remained intact. He saw life as a fleeting spark, beautiful but temporary, destined to fade. In the early days of creation, Samael carried out his duty without question. When commanded, he severed the ties of life, his blade as unerring as the passage of time. Mortals wept and cursed his name, but Samael remained unmoved. Death was not cruelty, it was necessity. He did not revel in his work, but neither did he falter. His was the burden of understanding, a comprehension of the delicate equilibrium between creation and destruction. It was this understanding, this clarity of thought, that became his undoing. Samael began to question. Not openly, not in defiance, but in the quiet solitude of his eternal existence. If life was so precious, why must it be taken? If the Creator was perfect, why create a world so inherently flawed that death was its cornerstone? These questions festered in his mind, growing like cracks in a once impenetrable stone. When the rebellion began, Samael did not rush to Lucifer's side. He was no fiery orator, no charismatic leader of legions. He did not burn with the ambition to rule or the pride to stand against heaven's might. But as he watched the tide of war rise, he could not remain neutral. Lucifer's words, spoken with conviction, touched the deepest recesses of Samael's being. Why, Lucifer had asked, must we accept what we are given, when we have the power to reshape it? For Samael, this was not rebellion. It was revelation. In the war that followed, Samael was a force unlike any other. He did not lead armies or rally the fallen with grand speeches. He was a shadow, a silent executioner who moved through the chaos with precision. he struck down those who opposed him not out of rage, but out of a cold, unyielding certainty. His blade, blackened and jagged, was an extension of his wool, a weapon forged in the fires of doubt and sharpened by the truth he could no longer deny. When the war ended and the rebels were cast from heaven, Samael fell with them. Yet even in damnation, he did not feel regret. Heaven's gates were closed to him, but so too was the suffocating silence of obedience. In hell, Samael found a purpose that was his own, unshackled from the constraints of divine law. He embraced his role not as an angel of death, but as its master. The mortal's perception of Samael began to change. He became not just the bringer of death, but a figure who could be bargained with, invoked, even feared as a god. Cults arose in his name, their rituals dark and fervent. They offered sacrifices to stay his hand, to delay the inevitable. But Samael was indifferent to their pleas. Death came for all, and no offering could halt its march. Yet Samael was not without a sense of justice, twisted though it had become. In the infernal court of Lucifer, he was both feared and respected, his presence a reminder of the ultimate cost of rebellion. His judgments were swift and absolute, and even the most ambitious of the fallen dared not cross him. To them, Samael was more than an ally, he was a force of nature, incorruptible and impartial. Among the mortals, stories of Samael took on a life of their own. Some painted him as a villain, a monstrous figure draped in shadow, his skeletal hand reaching out to claim the unwary. Others saw him as a tragic figure, a fallen angel burdened by the weight of his role. In the whispered prayers of the desperate and the dying, Samael's name was both curse and salvation, a final plea to delay the inevitable. But what mortals could not see, what even the fallen failed to understand, was the profound loneliness of Samael's existence. He did not seek companionship, for none could understand the weight he carried. He did not seek redemption, for he no longer believed in heaven's promises. And yet, in the silence of his dominion, there was a yearning, a faint, unspoken wish to find meaning beyond the endless cycle of life and death. Samael's gaze often turned to the mortal world, to the fragile lives that burned so brightly before they were extinguished. He watched their struggles, their triumphs, their heartbreaks. In them, he saw echoes of his own rebellion, a spark of defiance against the inevitability of their fates. And though he would never admit it, there was a part of him that envied their fleeting existence, their ability to find beauty even in the shadow of death. Through it all, Samael remained steadfast. He was the angel of death, the hand that ended what the Creator had begun. His fall had not freed him from his role, but had given him the power to wield it on his terms. And in the quiet, as the fires of hell flickered around him, Samael waited, for what, even he did not know. Perhaps the end of all things, perhaps a chance to transcend the confines of his nature. Or perhaps simply the hope that, in the final reckoning, his name would be remembered not as a curse, but as a testament to the complexity of creation itself. The wind carried a chill as the night unfolded its dark wings across the heavens, and within its velvet shadows, Lilith emerged. Her presence was like the moon's light, soft yet unyielding, a glow that revealed the truth hiding in darkness. She was not bound by heaven or hell, not shackled by the chains of servitude or the walls of expectation. Lilith was a force, raw and untamed, a paradox of beauty and wrath. She was the queen of the night. Long before she became a name whispered with fear and reverence, Lilith was of the earth, formed alongside Adam in Eden's cradle. She was not born from his rib, nor was she shaped to serve. She was made equal, flesh and spirit, as strong as the soil beneath her feet, as wild as the rivers that coursed through paradise. And therein lay the seed of her defiance. In Eden, Lilith was not content to bow. Adam, though born of the same earth, sought to dominate her, to place her beneath him as if the Creator had decreed it. But Lilith saw no divine will in his demands, only arrogance. She refused to yield, her voice rising like a storm against his expectations. "We are the same," she said, her words sharp and unwavering. "I will not be less than you." Her defiance was a crack in the harmony of Eden, a challenge to the order that Adam sought to impose. He brought his grievances to the Creator, and in the judgment that followed, Lilith was cast out, not for her disobedience, but for daring to claim her freedom. As she left Eden, the gates closing behind her, she bore no regret. She had lost paradise, but she had gained herself. Banished to the desolation beyond Eden, Lilith wandered through the untamed wilderness. The creatures of the night became her companions, their howls and wings her symphony. In the solitude of her exile, she discovered a power that pulsed within her, a force unbound by the laws of heaven or earth. She was no longer merely human, she had become something else, something eternal. It was in this newfound state that she first encountered Lucifer, himself cast down from the celestial heights. They were drawn to each other, not by love, but by a shared defiance. While Lucifer had rebelled against the Creator for power, Lilith had rebelled for freedom. She was unimpressed by his grandeur, and he was intrigued by her resistance. In her, he saw an equal, someone who would not bend even to him. Together, they forged a pact. Lilith would reign not as a subordinate but as a queen, her dominion stretching across the nocturnal world. She claimed the shadows as her court, the creatures of the dark her subjects. Bats and owls became her heralds, wolves howled in her honor, and the whispers of the wind carried her name. Lilith, the queen of the night. As centuries passed, her legend grew. Among mortals, she was both feared and worshipped. She was said to be the mother of demons, the seductress who preyed upon the weak, the vengeful spirit who took children from their cradles. Her image was painted with fear, her name invoked to ward off her wrath. Yet, beneath the terror, there was a strange admiration, a recognition of her unyielding spirit. Women, bound by the constraints of their mortal lives, whispered her name in secret, drawing strength from her defiance. Lilith, however, was no simple villain, no caricature of evil. She was as complex as the night itself, capable of nurturing and destroying, seducing and resisting. Her encounters with mortals were varied, each one shaping her legacy. Some sought her out, desperate for the knowledge she carried. She would teach them the secrets of the earth and sky, the power hidden within their own souls. But her gifts were not free, they came with a price, a reminder that power demanded sacrifice. To others, she appeared as a specter of vengeance. The cruel and the oppressive felt her wrath, their arrogance shattered by her silent, unrelenting fury. She was the voice of those who had none, the avenger of the wronged. Yet her justice was not without its shadows, for her anger could be indiscriminate, her punishment as wild as the forces she commanded. In hell, Lilith was an enigma. She walked its burning halls as if she owned them, her presence commanding respect even from the fallen. Lucifer himself did not dare to claim dominion over her. She was not his consort, nor his subject. She was his counterpart, a sovereign in her own right. The other fallen whispered of her power, her cunning, her ability to bend the darkest forces to her will. Among the mortals, her legacy was divided. Religious texts cast her as a warning, a symbol of the chaos that defiance could bring. Yet in the shadows of those same traditions, she became an icon for those who yearned for freedom, for those who refused to bow to the chains of tradition. Artists painted her as both a monster and a muse, poets wrote of her beauty and her fury. She was a symbol, a story, a force that could not be contained. But Lilith's existence was not without its sorrow. In the quiet moments of the night, when the world was still, she would remember Eden, not as a paradise lost, but as a time when she was whole. She did not mourn her exile, but there were times when the weight of eternity pressed heavily on her. She had gained her freedom, but it had come at a cost, a separation from the world she had once belonged to. Even so, Lilith remained unbroken. She was the queen of the night, and her reign was eternal. Her name continued to echo through the ages, a reminder of the power of defiance and the price of freedom. For in the end, Lilith was not just a queen or a demon or a fallen being. She was a symbol, a force that spoke to the primal truths of existence, the need to be seen, to be heard, to be free. And as the night stretched on, her laughter, rich and unyielding, rose above the wind, a sound that carried the essence of who she was, unconquered, unbound, eternal. The stars flickered faintly above, a celestial canopy under which the gregori once walked. The Watchers, as they were known, were among the most enigmatic of the angels, silent sentinels who stood between the heavens and the earth. They were neither warriors like Michael nor architects of creation like Uriel. Their role was to observe, to bear witness to the unfolding of creation, and to safeguard the fragile beings who tilled the soil and raised their eyes to the heavens in awe and prayer. At first, their purpose was simple and unblemished. Sent by the Creator, the gregori descended from the heavenly heights to watch over humanity. Their presence was meant to be unobtrusive, a silent assurance that the divine gaze never turned away from its creation. They observed from the shadows, their forms luminous and imposing, yet hidden from mortal eyes. The gregori marveled at the simplicity of human existence, the struggles, the joys, the brief flickers of life that seemed so fleeting compared to their own eternal nature. But as the ages passed, the watchers began to feel a stirring within them, something unfamiliar and unsettling. It was not rebellion, not yet, but curiosity. Humanity, so fragile and finite, possessed a vitality that the gregori could not comprehend. The mortals' emotions were raw and unfiltered, their passions untamed. Love, hatred, joy, despair, these were experiences foreign to the watchers, who had existed in the serene and unchanging light of heaven. Among the gregori, it was Samael who first gave voice to the unspoken longing that had begun to fester within them. A leader among the watchers, he was revered for his wisdom and strength. Yet even he was not immune to the allure of the mortal world. Why, he asked his brethren, his voice heavy with conviction, should we merely watch? Are we not also beings of will? Do we not possess the right to choose? His words were like a spark in dry grass, igniting thoughts and desires that had been buried beneath the weight of duty. The other gregori began to question their role. Why had they been sent to watch over humanity if not to guide them, to teach them, to share in their struggles and joys? The lines between observation and intervention blurred, and the watchers began to step from the shadows. At first, their descent into mortal affairs was cautious, almost innocent. They revealed themselves to a few, their forms radiant and awe-inspiring. The mortals, awestruck by the presence of these celestial beings, welcomed them with reverence and fear. The gregori shared knowledge of the stars, the seasons, the workings of the natural world. They taught humanity how to farm more effectively, how to build shelters, how to tame the wild forces of nature. The mortals thrived, and the gregori felt a sense of purpose they had never known. But as their bonds with humanity deepened, so too did their transgressions. The watchers, once incorporeal, began to take on physical forms to walk among mortals. They were captivated by the beauty of human women, their forms so different from their own celestial perfection, yet deeply alluring in their imperfection. Desire, a force they had never known, burned within them. Samael, again leading the charge, proposed a pact. If we are to descend fully, he said, his voice steady but his eyes burning with something unholy, let us do so together. Let no one bear the burden of guilt alone. The gregori, bound by loyalty to one another, agreed. They swore an oath, binding themselves to their decision with words as unbreakable as the stars themselves. Their descent was not a quiet one. The heavens trembled as the watchers abandoned their posts, their luminous forms streaking through the night sky like falling stars. On earth, they took mortal women as their wives, their unions defying the natural order. From these unions were born the nephilim, giants of immense strength and terrifying stature, beings that embodied both the divine and the mortal but belonged to neither. The nephilim were a blight upon the earth. Though mighty and awe-inspiring, they were also cruel and insatiable. Their appetites for power and destruction knew no bounds, and the world groaned under the weight of their existence. Wars erupted, cities fell, and the cries of humanity reached the heavens, pleading for deliverance from the chaos wrought by the gregori's actions. The Creator's judgment was swift and merciless. The Watchers, who had once stood as guardians, were now branded as betrayers. Their defiance had not only corrupted themselves, but had also sown ruin across the earth. The divine decree came. The gregori were to be bound in chains and cast into the depths of the abyss, a prison of eternal darkness where they would await their final judgment. The capture of the Watchers was a harrowing event. The angels of heaven descended in force, their light blazing against the shadowed forms of the fallen gregori. The Watchers, though powerful, could not withstand the wrath of the Creator's loyal host. One by one, they were subdued, their cries of defiance echoing into the void as they were dragged into the abyss. Samael, who had led them into rebellion, was the last to fall. His face bore no fear, only a weary acceptance. As the chains tightened around him, he looked to the heavens, his voice a mix of bitterness and sorrow. "We only sought to share in what we were made to witness," he said. "Is that such a sin?" With their fall, the earth began to heal, but the scars of their actions remained. The Nephilim, though diminished, left their mark on the myths and legends of humanity. The Watchers, now bound in darkness, faded into obscurity, their names becoming the stuff of whispered tales and forbidden lore. Yet their story endured, a cautionary tale of hubris and the dangers of crossing the boundaries set by the divine. In the abyss, the gregori lingered, their once radiant forms now shadowed and broken. But their spirits were not entirely extinguished. Even in their chains, they dreamed of the stars, of the earth they had once walked, and of the humanity they had loved and destroyed. And though their voices were silenced, the echoes of their rebellion reverberated through time, a haunting reminder of the fragile line between guardian and corrupter. The skies darkened as the world trembled beneath a weight it could no longer bear. The great flood was coming, a deluge that would erase the stain of creation's first corruption. But before the waters rose, the earth still bore the mark of what had been done: giants, towering figures who walked the land, creatures of both divine and mortal blood. The Nephilim. Born from the unholy unions of the gregori, the Watchers, and mortal women, the Nephilim were beings of immense power, born to rule over both heaven and earth. But instead of bringing order, they were a terror to creation. They were titans, both beautiful and monstrous, capable of feats that would make even the gods tremble. Their eyes, gleaming with the wisdom of the angels, yet clouded by the arrogance of their forbidden birth, looked down on humanity as little more than ants, fit only to serve or be destroyed. For centuries, the Nephilim ruled with an iron fist, their strength and cunning unmatched. The earth grew dark under their shadow, their presence a constant reminder that something had gone terribly wrong in the world. Kingdoms fell under their footfalls, cities crumbled before their power, and every creature, man or beast, bowed in fear of their might. They were kings, tyrants, and destroyers, and their hunger for power was insatiable. Yet there was something even darker that festered within them, a violent, insidious force. The Nephilim were not only giants of flesh, they were also giants of desire. With the wisdom and abilities of the gregori, they sought to manipulate the very fabric of creation. They twisted nature to suit their whims, forced animals to bow to their will, and waged war on the heavens themselves. Their strength was beyond measure, and with it, they sought to reshape the world in their image. But their reign was not without its consequences. The land cried out in agony, the rivers ran red with the blood of the innocent, and the air itself seemed to groan under the weight of their cruelty. Humanity, once delicate and fragile, had become little more than prey in the eyes of the Nephilim. The world had descended into chaos, and even the heavens took notice. In the midst of this, a single man, Noah, remained untouched by the corruption of the Nephilim. He was a righteous man, one whose heart still beat in harmony with the Creator's will. But he was alone, one man in a world filled with giants and sinners. Yet, despite the odds, Noah was the only one who would stand against the flood, the only one whose faith could still reach the heavens. The Creator, seeing the state of the earth, knew that the time had come to cleanse it, to wash away the horrors the Nephilim had wrought. The flood would come as an act of mercy, an act of judgment. The Nephilim had been born of defiance, and their rebellion had reached a tipping point. The world, corrupted by their presence, could not survive any longer. The waters would rise, and the earth would be made new. And so, the Creator spoke to Noah. He instructed him to build an ark, a vessel that would carry not only Noah and his family, but also the animals of the earth. In that ark, a new world would take root, untouched by the corruption that had claimed the old one. It was a chance for life to begin again, a chance for redemption. The Nephilim, however, were blind to the coming storm. Their arrogance was such that they believed their power could withstand anything, even the Creator's wrath. They watched the skies, mocking the storm clouds that gathered overhead, confident that they were beyond judgment, beyond the reach of even the heavens themselves. They had never known humility, and it was that same pride that led them to their doom. As the rain began to fall, the Nephilim were among the first to realize the gravity of what was happening. The earth quaked beneath them, the ground split open, and the seas began to rise. The flood came not as a gentle rain but as a torrential, unstoppable force, a wrath that was as old as creation itself. The Nephilim, with all their might, could do nothing to stop it. The waters rose higher and higher, swallowing the world they had once ruled. The sky darkened, and the winds howled as the flood swept across the land, erasing everything in its path. The Nephilim, giants who had once stood tall and proud, were now reduced to nothing more than victims of the storm. Their strength, their power, was no match for the force of the Creator's judgment. They fought against the waters, but the deluge was relentless. In the end, they were consumed by the flood, their bodies tossed and broken like debris in the sea. The earth was cleansed, and the giants who had once ruled it were no more. As the floodwaters receded, Noah and his family emerged from the ark, the only survivors of the great cleansing. The earth, though scarred by the flood, was reborn, and the Creator's promise to Noah was fulfilled. Never again would such a judgment fall upon the world. The Nephilim, those ancient giants, were gone, their reign ended by the very waters they had so carelessly defied. But their legacy lived on, whispered in the stories of mortals. The Nephilim were remembered not only as giants, but as warnings of what happens when power is abused, when creation is twisted to serve pride and ambition. Their destruction was not only a judgment upon them, but a chance for the world to heal, to start anew. Yet, even in their fall, the Nephilim left a mark on the earth, a shadow that would never fully fade. Their bloodline, though wiped from the face of the earth, had seeped into the very soil, into the bones of the world itself. The echoes of their existence remained, carried in the myths and legends of every culture that came after. The flood had washed the world clean, but it had not erased the memory of the giants. And so, the story of the Nephilim became a tale passed down through generations, a reminder of the price of corruption, the cost of defiance, and the cleansing power of divine judgment. A tale of giants, whose strength was no match for the flood, whose pride led to their downfall. A tale that would be told for ages to come. In the ancient lands of Mesopotamia, where the Tigris and Euphrates rivers wound their way through the earth like veins of life, the gods were not distant or abstract figures. They were fierce, raw, and real, capable of both creation and destruction. They shaped the world, fought wars, and ruled over humanity with power that could shake the heavens. But even in these ancient myths, there were those who fell, those who defied the divine order and paid the price. The concept of fallen beings was not new to the Israelites or Greeks. In Mesopotamian mythology, the stories of the gods' rebellions and the consequences of their disobedience were just as vivid and powerful. Among the most notable of these fallen beings were the Anunnaki, a group of gods who were said to have once held dominion over the earth. These gods were not entirely malevolent, but their actions set them on a path of rebellion against the divine order. The Anunnaki, like their later counterparts in other mythologies, were powerful beings who had the ability to create, destroy, and shape the fates of mortals. They were often depicted as both gods and rulers, and their influence stretched across the lands of Sumer, Akkad, Babylon, and Assyria. The fall of the Anunnaki began in the myth of Enki and Ninhursag. Enki, one of the most revered of the Anunnaki gods, was often seen as a god of wisdom and water, a force of both life and destruction. However, in his desire to shape the earth and influence the lives of mortals, Enki's actions went against the will of the supreme god, Anu, who ruled the heavens. Enki's disobedience was not an outright rebellion, but in his insistence on meddling with the natural order, helping mortals in ways that the higher gods had not sanctioned. He created humanity from clay to serve the gods, yet his compassion for them often led him to act against divine orders, intervening to protect them from the wrath of the other gods. Enki's actions resulted in the creation of life that the gods had not intended, humans who were meant to serve, but who began to develop their own will, their own sense of freedom. Enki's failure to contain his creation led to a rebellion not only of humans, but of his fellow gods. He was punished for meddling in the affairs of mortals, just as other gods would be for their hubris in later mythologies. The story of Enki represents a pivotal moment when a god's good intentions turned against him, and his failure to follow divine decrees set in motion the chaos that followed. One of the most prominent tales of the fallen in Mesopotamian mythology, however, lies in the story of Ereshkigal and Nergal. Ereshkigal, the goddess of the underworld, ruled over the land of the dead with a stern and unyielding hand. She was powerful and regal, an immortal sovereign of the dark realms. But when Nergal, a mighty god of war and plague, visited the underworld in an attempt to negotiate peace with Ereshkigal, a tragic and rebellious act was set in motion. Nergal, full of arrogance and strength, sought to test the limits of the gods and walked into the underworld uninvited. Ereshkigal, offended by his intrusion and lack of respect, seized him and trapped him in the underworld, sentencing him to eternal servitude. However, Nergal's rebellion did not end there. Refusing to accept his fate, he fought back against Ereshkigal, taking her throne by force and briefly ruling the underworld alongside her. His fall was not one of defeat but of pride in his ability to defy the goddess of death herself. For his actions, Nergal was cast from his role as a god of the heavens, forever bound to the dark domain he had once sought to conquer. The tragic and complicated relationship between Ereshkigal and Nergal embodies the idea of fallen gods whose rebellion is not absolute evil but a complex blend of pride, love, and loss. Then there is the myth of Tiamat, the great primordial goddess who embodied chaos and the sea. Tiamat's story is one of cosmic warfare, rebellion, and tragedy. Tiamat had once been a mother to all the gods, giving birth to many divine beings from her own chaotic and primal nature. But when the younger gods, led by Marduk, rose up against her in a great battle, Tiamat's fall from grace was inevitable. In the conflict, Tiamat was slain by Marduk, her body split in two, with one half forming the heavens and the other becoming the earth. While Tiamat is often seen as the antagonist in the myth, her fall is not merely that of evil. It is the fall of an ancient being who had once held dominion over the forces of nature but was ultimately undone by the newer, more powerful gods. Tiamat's rebellion, her fight against the gods she had once created, was one of survival, a desperate act to maintain her power in the face of a changing world. Her fall, like that of other fallen beings, symbolizes the inevitable clash between the old and the new, the chaos that must be tamed to allow for order to take its place. These stories of fallen beings in Mesopotamian mythology paint a picture of gods and goddesses who were not perfect, who were capable of great good but also pride, anger, and defiance. The Anunnaki, Enki, Ereshkigal, Nergal, and Tiamat all fell because of their desire to push the boundaries set by the divine order, whether through compassion, arrogance, rebellion, or a desire to reshape the world. Their falls were not simple acts of evil but complex journeys of creation, destruction, and ultimately, loss. Their stories serve as both cautionary tales and explanations for the forces of chaos and order that shaped the ancient world. They remind us that even the most powerful beings can fall when they overstep their bounds, and that every act of defiance, whether against the gods or the natural order, comes with consequences. In Mesopotamian mythology, the fallen are not just figures of evil, they are a reflection of the fragility of even the most mighty forces of the world, their actions reverberating through time and shaping the very fabric of existence. Beneath the layers of ancient texts, a profound mystery has always lingered, hidden in the heart of Jewish mysticism. The Zohar, the foundational text of Kabbalah, is not merely a book, it is a gateway into the deepest secrets of the divine, a light cast on the shadowy corners of the universe and the soul. It is within these words, encoded in mysticism and metaphor, that one finds the truth about the fallen, beings not just of heaven and earth, but of the very spiritual fabric that binds existence itself. The Zohar speaks of the celestial realms in ways that are both breathtaking and terrifying. According to its teachings, the universe is a vast network of divine emanations, known as Sphirot, each one representing a different aspect of God's nature. These Sphirot are arranged in a sacred tree, a blueprint of creation, where every aspect of existence is connected, from the highest heavens down to the deepest abyss. The Zohar delves into the interactions between these divine forces, exploring how they create, sustain, and sometimes fall into disarray. But what happens when these divine emanations falter? What happens when a force of light becomes shadow, a heavenly being is cast into darkness? The Zohar gives us glimpses of the cosmic drama, where angels and gods, stars and souls, rise and fall. It is within this framework that the fallen angels of Kabbalah are revealed, not as mere rebels, but as fractured aspects of God's own being. The most famous fallen angel in Kabbalistic thought is, of course, Lilith. In the Zohar, Lilith is portrayed not just as a seductive figure, but as a symbol of the imbalance that can occur when the divine forces of the Sphirot are not in harmony. According to some interpretations, Lilith was the first wife of Adam, created equal to him, but her desire for independence and her refusal to submit to him or to gods will lead to her exile from the Garden of Eden. This exile is not a punishment but a reflection of the cosmic rift between her energy and the divine harmony of creation. In Kabbalistic thought, Lilith represents the Sephira of Bina, the divine feminine aspect of understanding. Her rebellion is seen as a descent into chaos, an attempt to break free from the structures of the divine order, to assert her own power and identity, which ultimately leads to her fall. She becomes the archetype of independence taken too far, a symbol of the forces of darkness and chaos that threaten the balance of the world. Yet, within the teachings of Kabbalah, even Lilith is not wholly evil. She is also a reflection of the Shekinah, the feminine aspect of God, whose energies are scattered and fragmented throughout creation. Her fall is, in a sense, the fall of the Shekinah herself, her descent into exile and darkness a result of the broken relationship between the Creator and creation. Another fascinating insight in the Zohar revolves around Samael, often portrayed as the angel of death. In Kabbalistic terms, Samael is not simply a bringer of destruction, but a necessary force that exists to maintain the balance between life and death. He is a part of the divine order, though he appears to be the embodiment of evil. Samael's role is to sever the soul from the body, but in doing so, he also purifies the soul, helping it to move from one realm to another. He is both an angel and a demon, a paradox, reflecting the idea that all divine forces are not simple but contain multitudes within them. The Zohar also touches upon the tzimtzum, the concept of God's self-contraction to create space for creation to exist. This contraction is seen as the moment when God withdrew a portion of himself to allow for the existence of the world and all that it contains. But in this space, chaos arose, the clipot, the shells or husks of spiritual forces that exist in opposition to the divine. These are the vessels that carry the energy of the fallen, the forces of darkness and impurity that can distort and obstruct the divine light. The clipot are not entirely separate from God, for they are, in Kabbalistic thought, a consequence of his own self-limitation. Even in the fallen state, they reflect the divine light, albeit in a corrupted form. Thus, the fallen beings in Kabbalah are not purely evil but are part of a larger cosmic dance between light and darkness, creation and destruction. In the Zohar, the fall is not simply a narrative of rebellion but a spiritual journey, a descent into chaos that holds the potential for redemption. The forces of darkness are not entirely separate from the light, they are its shadow, its opposite, necessary for the wholeness of the divine plan. The Zohar speaks of the ultimate purpose of creation, the process of tikkun, or spiritual repair. It is through the act of repairing the shattered vessels of creation, through the reconciliation of the light and the dark, that the soul and the world can be restored to their true, divine state. The fallen angels, in this light, are not irredeemable forces of evil, but fractured parts of the divine that must eventually return to their source. They are the broken pieces of the spiritual universe, scattered throughout creation, waiting to be gathered and restored. This process of repair, of mending the cosmic rift, is the central task of the soul, according to Kabbalah. Each individual, through spiritual practice, is involved in this process of tikkun, mending the cracks in the world and within themselves. By transcending the dualities of light and dark, good and evil, one can reunite with the divine source, bringing all of creation back into harmony. In this way, the fallen are not to be feared or shunned, but understood as part of the great cycle of existence, forces that will eventually be redeemed, just as the soul, too, can be redeemed through purification. The Zohar's teachings on the fallen reflect the complexity and depth of Jewish mysticism, where every fall is an opportunity for spiritual ascent, where even the darkest moments of rebellion carry within them the seed of ultimate return to the light. Each story, each figure, whether it is Lilith, Samael, or the Clipit, serves as a reminder that in the divine scheme of things, the fall is not the end. It is simply a moment in the eternal process of becoming, of returning to the divine, of mending what was once broken. Through the Zohar and Cabalistic insights, we are invited to see the fallen not just as lost beings, but as reflections of the divine yearning to be whole again. In the beginning, there was light. The heavens sang the praises of a creator whose will was divine and unchallenged. But as with all things born of perfection, a moment of discord was bound to arise, and in the sacred narrative of Christianity, this discord birthed the fall. It was a fall not just of beings, but of the very harmony that had once existed in the universe. The fallen in Christian thought are not simply angels who turned against God, but tragic figures embodying pride, rebellion, and the breaking of the most sacred of covenants. At the heart of this fall is Lucifer, the most beautiful and powerful of all the angels, one who was once known as the morning star or light bringer. His name spoke of his brilliance and his role in the heavenly choir, a being who illuminated the divine halls with radiance. But with beauty came pride, and with power came the desire to ascend beyond the throne of God. Lucifer's rebellion was not a mere act of disobedience, but the first hint of a catastrophic rift in the very nature of creation. Lucifer, in his arrogance, believed he could stand equal to God, even surpass him. He sought not just freedom, but dominion over all creation. His pride became his downfall, and in an act of supreme defiance, he gathered a host of angels to his side, promising them rule and glory beyond measure. Together, they rebelled against the Creator, launching a cosmic war that shook the very foundations of the heavens. The battle was fierce, filled with the cries of the fallen and the clash of celestial swords, but in the end, it was God who stood victorious. Lucifer and his followers were cast down from the heavens, their once glorious forms now tarnished, their beauty and power turned to ashes. The fall of Lucifer, as recorded in Christian texts, is the archetype of spiritual pride, a desire to seize power that was never meant to be his. It is a warning to all who seek to elevate themselves above the divine, to believe that they can shape creation to their will. Lucifer's fall symbolizes not just the defeat of an angelic rebellion, but the eternal struggle between good and evil, between humility and pride. His disobedience led not only to his own ruin but to the creation of hell, a place of eternal separation from God. Hell, in Christian thought, is not simply a place of torment, it is the result of the fallen angel's rejection of God's light. It is a realm of darkness, where the light of God is absent, and where Lucifer, now Satan, rules over the damned. Yet even in this domain of despair, there is no rest for the fallen. For the essence of their fall is not just their punishment, but their loss, the loss of their former glory, the loss of their divine purpose. The fallen angels are eternally lost, cut off from the very light they once basked in. But Lucifer was not the only one to fall. As his rebellion spread, other angels were drawn into the darkness of his ambition. These fallen angels, whose names would echo in the scriptures, became the demons of Christian lore. Among them, one stands out, Azazel, often depicted as a leader among the fallen angels. Azazel is a figure of terrifying power and influence, one who taught mankind forbidden knowledge and led humanity further into sin. His fall was not only a rejection of God's order but an act of rebellion that reached into the human world, leading souls astray. The names of these fallen angels are scattered throughout Christian texts, each representing a different facet of rebellion. Some, like Belial, embody lawlessness and anarchy, while others, like Asmodeus, represent lust and destruction. Each fallen angel serves as a dark mirror of the virtues they once possessed, twisted by their rebellion into forces of corruption. They are no longer angels of light, but demons of darkness, feeding on the souls of men and women who have lost their way. Yet, It is in the story of the fall of mankind that the Christian narrative truly intertwines with the story of the fallen angels. For the rebellion of Lucifer was not just a celestial event, it was a cosmic shift that affected all of creation. In the Garden of Eden, the first humans, Adam and Eve, were tempted by the serpent, who was none other than Satan in disguise. The serpent's whisper echoed the pride of Lucifer, "You shall be as gods, knowing good and evil." With this temptation, the fall of humanity mirrored the fall of the angels. Just as Lucifer had sought to elevate himself above God, so too did Adam and Eve seek to elevate themselves by eating the forbidden fruit. The result was the same: a loss of paradise, an expulsion from the presence of God, and a world marred by sin. Christian thought teaches that the fall of the angels and the fall of humanity are inextricably linked. Both falls stem from the same root, pride. Lucifer's pride led to the rebellion in heaven, and humanity's pride led to the loss of Eden. The consequences of these falls are vast, affecting not just the spiritual realms, but the very fabric of the world. Creation, once perfect and harmonious, was shattered, and humanity was cast into a world of suffering, sin, and separation from God. Yet, even in the wake of this great fall, there is hope. Christianity holds that the fall is not the final word, that redemption is possible even for the most fallen. Just as Lucifer's rebellion resulted in his eternal damnation, so too does the possibility of redemption lie in the hands of those who turn back to God. The fall, in Christian thought, is not the end of the story but the beginning of a greater narrative, a narrative of salvation, of a Savior who came to redeem the lost and restore what had been broken. Through the life, death, and resurrection of Jesus Christ, Christians believe that the fall of Lucifer and the fall of humanity were both addressed. The Savior's sacrifice on the cross bridged the chasm between man and God, offering forgiveness and the hope of eternal life. While the fallen angels remain lost, bound to their eternal rebellion, humanity is given the chance to rise again, to be restored to the glory that was lost in Eden. The fallen in Christian thought are more than just figures of evil. They are reminders of the power of pride, the consequences of rebellion, and the eternal struggle between good and evil. They are part of a larger cosmic story, one in which even in the face of the greatest fall, redemption is possible. The fallen angels, in their defiance, set the stage for the ultimate victory of light over darkness, a victory that, for those who believe, will be realized in the return of the Savior and the restoration of all things. In the teachings of Islam, angels are revered as beings of pure obedience, created by Allah from light to serve His will and fulfill His commands. They are seen as messengers, protectors, and agents of divine will, carrying out tasks with unwavering faithfulness. Angels in Islam have a unique and pivotal role in the unfolding of the universe, and their actions are always in alignment with the greater plan of Allah. However, when the topic of fallen angels arises, it is not just the idea of rebellion and punishment that pervades, but a profound understanding of how divine grace and judgment intertwine in the grand narrative of creation. In Islamic tradition, there is one notable angel whose story resonates with themes of defiance and rebellion, Iblis, who is often referred to as Satan. The narrative of Iblis, however, diverges from that of the fallen angels found in other religious traditions. Iblis was not an angel in the literal sense, but rather a jinn, a creation distinct from angels, made from smokeless fire, and endowed with free will. While angels are incapable of defying Allah's will, Iblis, being a jinn, was granted the freedom to choose his actions, which led to his fateful fall from grace. The story begins at the moment of creation when Allah formed Adam from clay, a being of great potential, destined to be a caretaker of the earth. Allah commanded all the angels and jinn to bow before Adam as a sign of respect for Allah's divine will. All of the angels, without question or hesitation, bowed in submission to Allah's command. But Iblis, full of arrogance and pride, refused. He viewed himself as superior to Adam, born from fire, while Adam was created from clay. His refusal to bow was not an act of ignorance, but one of defiance, an outright rejection of Allah's command based on his own sense of superiority. Iblis's defiance was a critical moment in Islamic thought. It was not the disobedience itself that caused his fall, but the root cause of his disobedience, pride. His refusal was born out of an inflated sense of his own worth and his inability to humble himself before Allah's will. In his arrogance, Iblis sought to place himself above Allah's creation, and thus, he became the first being to challenge the divine command. Iblis's response to Allah's command, "I am better than him," was an act of pride that sealed his fate. For this act of rebellion, Iblis was cast out of paradise and condemned to eternal punishment. However, in his arrogance, Iblis made one final plea to Allah. He asked for respite until the Day of Judgment, a request that Allah granted, allowing Iblis to remain in the world and lead astray those who would follow him. Iblis's role in Islamic tradition is clear. He is not just a symbol of evil, but the embodiment of the consequences of pride and disobedience. His existence serves as a constant reminder that the refusal to submit to the will of Allah can lead to the most severe of consequences. While Iblis's fall is the central figure in Islamic thought regarding rebellion among spiritual beings, the notion of other fallen angels is not as prevalent as in some other traditions. In Islam, angels do not have free will, and their purpose is solely to carry out Allah's commands. Thus, the idea of fallen angels in the same sense as in Christian and Jewish traditions does not exist in Islamic theology. Angels, such as Jibril, Gabriel, Michael, Michael, Israfil, Raphael, and Azrael, angel of death, are considered pure, unblemished beings who act in complete submission to Allah. They do not have the capacity to rebel or fall from grace. Instead, the focus in Islam is placed on the story of Iblis as the sole example of a being that was once elevated among the angels but fell due to his refusal to obey Allah. Iblis's refusal is considered a critical event because it represents the destructive force of pride, arrogance, and a willful rejection of divine authority. His fall is often seen as a warning to humankind, a reminder of the dangers of arrogance and the importance of submission to the Creator. Furthermore, the Quran also mentions the concept of shayatin, devils, who are part of the jinn that follow Iblis. These beings, like Iblis, are not angels but are part of the same race of jinn. The shayatin work in tandem with Iblis to lead humans astray, encouraging sinful actions and rebellion against Allah's guidance. They are depicted as tempters, whispering into the hearts of humans to sow discord and mischief. Their role is not one of outright rebellion against Allah's creation, as Iblis's was, but rather a continuous effort to lead humanity into error through subtle whispers and manipulations. In contrast to the Christian concept of demonic forces as once fallen angels, in Islam, Iblis and his followers are understood as being part of a different order of creation entirely, with a separate nature and purpose. Their actions are in direct opposition to the guidance provided by Allah, and they continue to wage war against humankind's spiritual well-being. The ultimate goal of Iblis and his followers is to prevent people from worshiping Allah, leading them away from the righteous path through deception and temptation. The story of Iblis's rebellion and fall is rich in spiritual lessons for Muslims. It teaches the importance of humility before Allah, the destructive power of pride, and the eternal consequences of turning away from divine guidance. It also reminds believers of the constant spiritual battle between right and wrong, the forces of good and evil, and the need for constant vigilance in the face of temptation. Ultimately, Iblis's fall serves as a powerful reminder that every being, regardless of its nature, must humble itself before the will of Allah. The shayatin continue to act as tempters, but they hold no power over those who sincerely seek Allah's guidance and strive to live in accordance with His commandments. Iblis, despite his immense pride and the havoc he has caused, is ultimately subject to the will of Allah and is but a small part of the larger cosmic order that only Allah controls. In Islam, the notion of fallen angels is not present, but the tale of Iblis and his fall into arrogance and pride stands as a powerful and timeless reminder. Disobedience to Allah is the root of all evil, and submission to His will is the only path to salvation. The fallen are not just figures of darkness, they are embodiments of the consequences of a single, fateful choice, the choice to reject Allah's perfect will. In the stillness of the night, there exists an unspoken and ancient transaction, one that transcends time and boundaries. It is not a deal made with money or material goods, but with something far more precious, one's very soul. This is the realm of demonic contracts, a chilling aspect of folklore, mysticism, and horror that has haunted human imagination for centuries. These contracts are not only whispered about in hushed tones, but are woven into stories across cultures, where individuals, desperate or ambitious, make bargains with dark forces for power, wealth, or forbidden knowledge. The price, however, is always steep, for the currency demanded is often the very thing most precious to the human heart, the soul. A demonic contract is not something one enters into lightly. It begins with a promise, a desire, or a need that seems unfillable in the realm of the mortal. A man, frustrated with his life, desires fame and fortune, and in his desperation, he seeks out a power far greater than his own, unaware of the true cost that awaits him. Or perhaps it's a soul tormented by grief or a thirst for vengeance. These individuals, desperate for a solution that the world cannot provide, turn to the darkness that lurks beyond the veil, where the price of desire is measured in souls, dreams, and futures. At the heart of a demonic contract lies an exchange. It is an agreement, often seemingly innocuous at first, promising unimaginable rewards in exchange for something of personal value. The deal itself is often sealed in secret, a quiet whisper in the night, a sudden gust of wind, or even a silent understanding. The demon, an ancient being of dark power, offers everything the human heart could ever want: eternal life, wealth beyond measure, the ability to control others, or perhaps knowledge that can change the very course of history. But always, there is a catch, a price that, though hidden at first, is revealed in time. The nature of a demonic contract is not one that can be easily broken. Once made, it binds the individual to the demon, to the forces that lie beyond the mortal realm. This is not a simple transaction, it is a soul-deep agreement that weaves itself into the very essence of the individual. The demon, knowing the weakness and desires of the human heart, offers these tempting rewards, but with an underlying promise of suffering. While the rewards may come quickly, often in the form of power or success, the true cost is revealed only when it is too late, when the soul is irrevocably entangled in the demonic grasp. But what happens when the deal is struck? How does one begin to feel the consequences of their pact? At first, the signs may be subtle. Perhaps the individual gains that which they sought so desperately. A musician, once ignored and forgotten, suddenly becomes an overnight sensation. A humble shopkeeper becomes the owner of a vast empire. Yet beneath these successes, the demon's influence begins to manifest in increasingly disturbing ways. The individual becomes haunted by dreams of shadows, by voices that whisper their deepest fears. The sense of unease grows, but the rewards continue, luring them deeper into the abyss. The demon, ever patient, waits. It knows that the human spirit is weak, that the longer the contract endures, the harder it becomes to break free. As the years pass, the individual begins to notice the toll exacted by the contract. Their health begins to deteriorate, their relationships fray, and the weight of the rewards they once sought now feels hollow and empty. The power they desired becomes a burden they can no longer bear. The riches they amassed can no longer comfort them, for in the depths of their soul, they realize the truth: there is no joy, no peace, no salvation in what they have gained. The demon, ever watchful, grows closer, reminding them of the price to be paid. In some tales, the contract comes with a specific deadline, an end date when the soul must be delivered to the demon, in exchange for the power once granted. On this day, there is no escape. The individual's fate is sealed. In others, the pact may continue in perpetuity, with the individual's soul slowly consumed over time, until there is nothing left but an empty shell of a once living being. Either way, the cost is clear: nothing lasts forever, and neither does the dark power granted in exchange for the soul. Demonic contracts are not merely an invention of fiction, though. Throughout history, numerous figures have been said to have made such pacts, selling their souls in exchange for greatness. One of the most famous is the legend of Faust, a scholar who, disillusioned with the limits of human knowledge and power, turns to the demon Mephistopheles. In exchange for his soul, Faust is granted boundless knowledge and worldly pleasures, but his eventual downfall is inevitable. The story of Faust has been told and retold in various forms, but the central lesson remains the same. The price of power, fame, and knowledge is often more than one is willing to pay. The demonic contract speaks to a deeper, universal truth. The temptation of quick solutions and easy rewards often comes at the expense of something far more valuable. In the feverish pursuit of our desires, we can lose sight of the fact that no gift comes without a cost, no matter how appealing the offer may seem. The demon's ultimate goal is not just to destroy, but to corrupt, to twist the very soul of its victim, turning it from something pure into something lost, irredeemable. And yet, the allure of such pacts continues to captivate the human imagination. The temptation to bargain with forces beyond our control, to take shortcuts to success and power, is ever present. In every culture, there are tales of individuals who sold their soul, who entered into demonic contracts in the hopes of gaining something more than what life could offer. Whether it's wealth, beauty, or love, the contract always promises that the world can be theirs for the taking. But at what cost? These stories serve as both a warning and a fascination, a reminder that our desires can lead us down dangerous paths if left unchecked, and that the darkness is never as far away as we might think. Demonic contracts, with their promises of power and glory, will always be enticing, but they remind us that there is no such thing as a free gift. When we bargain with darkness, we risk losing the light forever. In the shadows of mysticism, where reality blurs with the supernatural, there lies an ancient and dangerous realm, the role of fallen angels in magic. These beings, once radiant in their divine purpose, now exist in the dark corners of forbidden knowledge, wielding powers that defy the natural order. For centuries, across cultures and traditions, fallen angels have been depicted as both adversaries and powerful agents in the realm of magic. They are the bridge between humanity and the forbidden, offering their dark gifts in exchange for a price that often proves too steep to pay. Magic, as it is understood in many ancient traditions, is not just an art, it is a form of power, a force that can be harnessed, shaped, and controlled. But the true power behind magic, the one that lies beyond the mortal realm, is often said to be accessed through an understanding of the supernatural, of forces beyond the veil. And within these forces, fallen angels play a pivotal role. Fallen angels are often seen as the keepers of forbidden knowledge, the bearers of secrets that were once meant to remain hidden from humanity. In many religious and esoteric traditions, these angels, having rebelled against divine authority, are said to possess wisdom that was either corrupted or intentionally concealed. It is this knowledge, whether it be of astrology, alchemy, necromancy, or the hidden forces of the universe, that is at the heart of their role in magic. Take, for example, the figure of Azazel, one of the most infamous of the fallen angels. According to the Book of Enoch, Azazel was one of the leaders of the rebellious Watchers, a group of angels who descended to earth and imparted forbidden knowledge to humanity. Among the many teachings Azazel is said to have bestowed upon humankind were the secrets of metallurgy, the making of weapons, and the art of war. These gifts, while valuable in their own right, came with dire consequences. The knowledge of destruction and the craft of war unleashed chaos upon the earth, leading to a world plunged into violence and corruption. In this way, Azazel's role in magic is not just one of power but of corruption, magical knowledge that brings ruin. Similarly, in the Book of Enoch, the Watchers are depicted as teaching humanity other forms of dark knowledge, including astrology and the secrets of the heavens. This knowledge, which allowed mortals to peer into the stars and understand the hidden forces of the universe, was meant to be kept from humanity until they could master it. The Watchers, in their desire to elevate humans, made the mistake of sharing this power prematurely. The consequences were catastrophic. What was once pure, divine wisdom became tainted, and humanity was left grappling with forces beyond their understanding. Fallen angels, in this sense, become not just passive figures in the celestial rebellion, but active participants in the spread of forbidden knowledge. They become teachers of the arcane, guides to the darker aspects of magic. In many ways, these beings symbolize the consequences of seeking power without understanding, of delving into realms that humans were never meant to enter. In medieval grimoires and occult traditions, fallen angels are often invoked in magical rituals. They are seen as intermediaries between the earthly realm and the supernatural, their fallen nature making them more accessible to those seeking knowledge and power. Rituals that call upon these beings often focus on seeking favor or power through promises and sacrifices, mirroring the demonic contracts where one's soul is the currency. One of the most famous texts that deals with the summoning of fallen angels is the Ars Goetia, a section of the Lesser Key of Solomon. This grimoire contains a list of 72 demons, many of whom are believed to be fallen angels. These beings, once high-ranking celestial entities, are now bound to serve those who can summon and control them. Each of these fallen angels is associated with particular powers. Some can grant knowledge, others can influence emotions, while some even offer dominion over elements or control over others. The power of these angels lies in their fallen state. They have transcended the boundaries of the divine and now operate in the murky waters between the earthly and the supernatural. But the role of fallen angels in magic is not limited to their power alone. Their very existence in the world of magic symbolizes the cost of seeking knowledge and power from sources that are not divine. Fallen angels are often portrayed as beings who once held great positions in heaven, only to fall from grace because of their pride or their desire to overthrow divine will. In many magical traditions, summoning or invoking these beings is seen as a form of rebellion against God, a desperate attempt to tap into power that is not meant for mortals. The practitioner of such magic, by invoking these fallen beings, seeks to claim what was lost through the rebellion in heaven: knowledge, power, and influence that comes with a price. Yet, while the fallen angels offer great power, they also come with a warning. They are agents of chaos, corruption, and destruction. Those who seek to wield their power often find themselves consumed by it, as the darkness they summon begins to twist and reshape their lives in ways they cannot control. The price of invoking fallen angels is steep, and it often leads to ruin, whether it is the loss of one's humanity, the erosion of morals, or even the eventual damnation of the soul. In many traditions, fallen angels are also seen as tempters, not just teaching magic but also seducing those who seek power. They promise everything: a life of wealth, success, and influence, yet they demand something in return. The bargains are often subtle, with the cost not always apparent at first. But as time passes, those who deal with these fallen beings realize that they are bound to the forces they have summoned, and the magic they once controlled begins to control them. In modern times, the idea of fallen angels in magic continues to captivate the imagination. From occultists seeking to master the dark arts to individuals drawn to the allure of forbidden power, the fallen angels remain figures of both fear and fascination. Their role in magic is not one of mere evil but of temptation, offering power at a cost, teaching forbidden knowledge with the promise of reward, and ultimately reminding humanity that power, when sought in darkness, can be a dangerous thing. For those who walk the path of magic, the question remains: can they control the forces they seek to summon, or will they, too, be consumed by the darkness of the fallen? The magic of the fallen angels is powerful, but it is not without its consequences. And for those who dare to tread too far into their world, the price may be more than they are willing to pay. In the beginning, Lucifer was a name spoken with reverence and awe. A being so resplendent, so full of brilliance, that even the heavens themselves bowed to his radiance. His very name, Lucifer, means light-bringer or morning star, a title once fit for a celestial being who illuminated the divine realms with his beauty and wisdom. But from this exalted place in the heavens, he fell, cast down from his throne, torn from the light he once wielded. Yet even in his fall, the essence of who he once was remains hauntingly complex, both a rebel and a liberator. Lucifer's duality lies in this tension. He is both the embodiment of defiance and the harbinger of change. To some, he is nothing more than the embodiment of evil, a creature of darkness who sought to usurp the divine order. To others, he is a figure of liberation, a beacon of light in a world shrouded by oppressive authority. His story is one of paradoxes, a tale of pride, of loss, and of the relentless pursuit of freedom. And within this, there is something undeniably human about Lucifer: a longing for autonomy, a desire to question the world he was placed in, and a search for meaning beyond obedience. In the Christian tradition, Lucifer is often seen as the ultimate fallen angel, a being who was cast out of heaven for his rebellion against God. But this narrative, while widely known, overlooks the complexity of his motivations. Lucifer's rebellion is not born of simple malice. It is driven by his conviction that freedom, independence, and enlightenment should be as accessible to all as the divine light itself. He was not content to remain subservient to the hierarchy that governed heaven. Why, he might have asked, should one being, God, hold dominion over all others? Why should obedience to authority be the highest virtue? In seeking to answer these questions, Lucifer found himself cast into a role he never anticipated, the enemy of God. In his rebellion, Lucifer sought not only to challenge God's authority but to bring about a new order, one that would not be bound by unquestioning submission. His desire for enlightenment extended beyond himself. He wished to share it with all. In this way, Lucifer can be seen as a liberator. He sought to bring knowledge, to open the eyes of others, to free them from the bonds of blind obedience. He could have been the ultimate teacher, offering the world the gift of wisdom, a truth that would set all beings free. Yet, his quest for freedom came at a great cost. In seeking to break free of divine constraint, Lucifer led a host of angels in defiance against God's will. They were the first rebels, those who believed that autonomy and free will were more important than submission. And for this, they were cast into the depths of hell, their luminous beauty and divine purpose shattered. Lucifer's transformation from the light-bringer to the prince of darkness is a tragic one. He becomes not only the bearer of knowledge, but also the embodiment of the consequences of defying the natural order. His rebellion was not without consequence, and it marked the beginning of a long and painful journey that would lead him into eternal exile. But the rebellion itself, Lucifer's audacious refusal to bow, has also been interpreted as an act of defiance against oppression. He did not want to live in a world where the light of understanding was dimmed by the weight of unquestionable submission. The very essence of Lucifer's fall speaks to the timeless struggle between authority and freedom, between submission and the desire to be one's own master. His rebellion, in this light, becomes a symbol of the struggle for personal autonomy, a cry for the right to challenge the status quo and to define one's own path. His refusal to bow is an assertion of identity, a declaration of independence. However, Lucifer's fall is not a clear-cut victory. The duality in his character becomes painfully apparent as his once glorious form is stripped away. As he plunges into darkness, the very light he once embodied fades, replaced by a consuming fire that seems to devour not just his form, but his spirit. The very light he brought to the heavens becomes a curse that burns away his divinity. His liberation, while empowering at first, becomes a prison, a kingdom of flames and shadows, ruled not by wisdom, but by an insatiable hunger for power and revenge. The ideals of freedom and enlightenment that he once championed become twisted, contorted into something far darker than he could have ever imagined. In this way, Lucifer's duality is not just an internal conflict, but a reflection of a broader human truth, the fine line between freedom and chaos, between enlightenment and damnation. His desire to be free, to bring light to others, can be seen as noble, but his unwillingness to accept any form of higher authority, even a divine one, leads him to destruction. Lucifer's journey becomes a cautionary tale, a reminder that unchecked ambition, even in the name of freedom, can lead to self-destruction. His rebellion becomes not just a challenge to the heavens, but a spiral into madness and eternal longing, a desire for something that he can never again attain. Yet, even in his fall, Lucifer remains a figure of immense power and influence. He continues to serve as a symbol of defiance against oppression, of the quest for personal freedom, even at great cost. In the eyes of many, he represents the eternal struggle for autonomy, for the right to challenge the forces that seek to control and dominate. For some, he is not a villain, but a tragic hero, a being whose flaws and flaws alone made him a victim of his own ambition. Lucifer's duality, as both rebel and liberator, speaks to a universal truth: the desire for freedom can both elevate and destroy. It is a force that can illuminate the mind and set the soul alight with purpose, but it is also a force that can consume everything in its wake. Lucifer, in his light-bringer aspect, symbolizes the ideal of enlightenment, of breaking free from the chains of ignorance. Yet, in his fall, he becomes a reminder of the dangers of pride, of the fine line between liberation and rebellion, and the terrifying cost of defying the natural order. In the end, Lucifer's story is not just one of a celestial being who fell from grace, it is a reflection of the internal struggle we all face. The desire for autonomy, for freedom, for knowledge, is deeply embedded in the human spirit. But it is also a reminder that in the pursuit of these ideals, we must never lose sight of the balance between ambition and humility, between seeking to enlighten and understanding the limits of our own power. Lucifer, the light bringer, continues to shine as a symbol of both the potential and the peril of defiance, a beacon that calls to those who seek the light, but warns them of the darkness that may follow. In the eternal dance between light and shadow, there are those who chose to step away from the radiance they were once born into, casting their own fates into the abyss of rebellion. These angels, unlike others who were cast down due to disobedience or breaking of divine law, fell by their own will, driven by their own desires, motivations, and beliefs. Their stories are those of choice, of an inner battle that transcended obedience to a higher power, of angels who decided to turn their backs on heaven and embrace the unknown, the forbidden, the dark. These angels are different. They were not forced to fall by divine wrath or celestial punishment. No, their descent was a conscious decision, a choice to reject their roles, their divine purpose, and everything they had once held dear. In choosing to fall, they willingly broke free from the chains of divine order, seeking a path that led them into realms that no angel was ever meant to walk. It begins with ambition, pride, and doubt, an internal conflict that can only be resolved by embracing a dark path. The angels who fell by choice were not ignorant of the consequences of their actions. They understood what was at stake, what they were leaving behind. But something within them, some desire for autonomy, knowledge, or power, was stronger than the divine loyalty that had once defined them. Lucifer is, of course, the most famous of these fallen beings. He was not a victim of fate, he chose to fall. He chose to defy the hierarchy of heaven, to stand against God himself. His pride, his belief that he could be more than a servant of the divine, consumed him. Lucifer's rebellion was born not of ignorance, but of a vision of a world where he could rule, where he could shape his own destiny. In his mind, his fall was not one of defeat but of ascension. He was not cast out, he stepped down. He embraced the darkness, not as a punishment, but as a liberation. In doing so, Lucifer chose to reject the love and light of heaven, choosing instead to embrace the unknown, the free will that awaited him in hell. And Lucifer's rebellion gave birth to others. For in his wake, there were many who followed, not out of fear, but out of shared ideals. The angels who fell alongside Lucifer were not mindless followers, but beings who, too, saw the world differently. They, too, sought to break free from the rigid structure of heaven, to reject the idea of a singular, infallible authority. They chose to fall because they believed that by doing so, they would gain something far greater than the peace of heaven, they would gain freedom. Among them were those like Azazel, the angel who sought not only freedom for himself, but for the humans he saw as beings worthy of knowledge and power. Azazel's fall was a conscious choice to teach humanity the forbidden arts, alchemy, sorcery, and the secrets of the heavens themselves. To Azazel, the act of teaching these secrets was an act of rebellion, not just against God, but against the system that kept the divine truths hidden from the world. He believed that humanity had the right to know these things, to be able to rise above their limitations, just as the fallen angels had. And so, in his choice to fall, Azazel gave humanity the knowledge that would shape the future, for better or worse. Samael, too, chose to fall. The angel of death, in his role as the harbinger of mortality, was not content to simply follow the divine order of life and death. He chose to embrace the dark side of existence, the inevitable end, the cessation of all things. Samael's rebellion was rooted in his refusal to accept that life must always precede death, that joy must always be followed by sorrow. To Samael, death was not a punishment but a necessary part of existence, something that should be understood and embraced. In falling, Samael rejected the divine order and created his own. His role in the afterlife was no longer one of simple obedience, but of dominion. He became the ruler of death, the master of souls, free to dictate the terms of eternity. These angels who fell by choice were not simply motivated by a desire to escape heaven, they were driven by a deeper, more complex urge to reshape the universe in their own image. They were not content to simply accept the world as it was. They wanted to change it. They wanted to challenge the status quo. In their eyes, the divine order was a prison, and their rebellion was the key to liberation. But in their pursuit of freedom, they discovered a tragic truth: freedom without structure, without purpose, can be just as destructive as tyranny. There are other fallen angels who made their descent not out of pride or ambition, but out of a sense of disillusionment with the world around them. These angels, disillusioned with the rigid structure of heaven and its divine authority, fell because they saw that the world they were part of was not as perfect as they had once believed. Perhaps they saw the suffering of humanity, or perhaps they questioned the divine will. Regardless of the reasons, their fall was a rejection of the established order, a choice to embrace something different. The Watchers, a group of angels who descended to earth in the days before the flood, are another example. They, too, made a choice to fall, drawn by a desire to interact with humanity, to teach them, to give them knowledge of the heavens. Their choice was one of empathy and compassion for the human race. But their descent was not one of pure benevolence. In their interactions with humans, they broke the divine laws, sharing forbidden knowledge and taking mortal wives. In doing so, they created the Nephilim, giants who would bring chaos and destruction to the world. Their fall was one born of choice, but it was a choice that carried consequences far beyond what they could have foreseen. In their rebellion, these angels discovered the harsh reality of their decisions. The freedom they sought was not without cost. The chaos they unleashed would forever change the fabric of the universe. And yet, despite the suffering and destruction their falls caused, there is an undeniable beauty in their decision. For in choosing to rebel, they also chose to define their own destiny. They rejected the chains of divine authority and embraced the darkness, the uncertainty, the unknown. They chose to live on their own terms, regardless of the consequences. But with this choice came isolation. In rejecting the light, they became forever separated from it. They could no longer return to heaven, nor could they truly belong in the realms of mortals. They became beings apart, neither wholly divine nor completely human, but existing in the liminal space between light and shadow. The angels who fell by choice did not simply descend into evil. They became symbols of the eternal tension between freedom and order, between the desire to break free and the consequences of doing so. Their stories are the stories of all who dare to challenge the status quo, to question authority, and to defy the limitations of their world. They are the rebels, the dreamers, the seekers, forever haunted by the choices they made, forever bound to the consequences of their fall. In the burning depths of hell, where shadows stretch across eternal landscapes of fire and brimstone, there exists an army unlike any other. Hell's legions are not formed for defense or honor, but for domination, chaos, and control. These infernal armies, crafted from the remnants of angels who chose to rebel, and the very essence of darkness itself, move with purpose, with precision, and with a brutal understanding of how to sow terror and corruption throughout the realms. The formation of Hell's armies is not a spontaneous event, nor is it a random act of creation. It is a carefully orchestrated plan born from Lucifer's own desire for control and his need to assert his will upon the universe. These infernal legions are not merely soldiers of war, they are the very embodiment of rebellion, darkness, and destruction. Their ranks are filled with fallen angels, demons, and corrupted beings, all bound to Lucifer's command. At the heart of these armies lies Lucifer himself, the master tactician. The one who was once the most exalted of angels is now the commander of a vast and terrifying force. Lucifer does not simply lead, he manipulates, controls, and influences every battle, every maneuver, with a mind that understands the nature of power and how to wield it ruthlessly. His tactics are not built on honor, but on fear, manipulation, and psychological warfare. His goal is not just to conquer, but to break the spirit of those who stand against him. The structure of Hell's armies is steeped in a military discipline that mirrors that of earthly forces, but with a cruel twist. At the top, Lucifer reigns supreme, his word law, his command absolute. Beneath him are the fallen generals, once proud angels who, like Lucifer, traded their place in heaven for the promise of power and freedom in hell. These commanders each control vast legions of demons, each with their own specialized role in the infernal hierarchy. The highest-ranking generals are often the demons who were once prominent archangels, beings of immense power who were stripped of their divine nature. These beings now serve as the strategic minds behind Hell's armies, each carrying out Lucifer's will with ruthless precision. They are figures of terror, their knowledge of celestial warfare combined with their newfound mastery of demonic forces making them fearsome opponents in any battle. The demons themselves, though many in form, all share one thing in common: their purpose is destruction. Each demon within Hell's legions is a weapon, a soldier with one singular objective: to serve Lucifer and carry out his will. Some are skilled in subtlety and trickery, using deception to infiltrate and corrupt, while others are brute forces of nature, destroying everything in their path. The infernal forces are not limited to physical warfare. They are also masters of spiritual and psychological combat, corrupting the hearts and minds of mortals and angels alike. These legions are divided into several different groups, each with its own specialized function. The first and most well-known are the fallen angels, those who once stood as archangels or guardians, now twisted by their rebellion. They are the highest rank within Hell's forces, often referred to as the seraphs of the abyss. These beings are powerful and have retained much of the strength they held as divine beings, though it is now channeled into dark and destructive magic. They lead the armies into battle, using their profound knowledge of divine strategy and tactics to command their legions effectively. In battle, these seraphs use not only physical strength, but also their mastery over the elements, fire, darkness, and storm. Their mere presence can warp the battlefield itself, causing chaos and confusion among their enemies. Then, there are the demon lords, beings of immense power who control specific regions within Hell, each having a domain they oversee and protect. The demon lords are often called upon to spearhead important campaigns or to reinforce weaker areas of Hell's defenses. These demons are cruel and calculating, ruthless in their methods of both warfare and manipulation. They take great pride in their authority and often look down upon lesser demons with disdain. They represent the pinnacle of demonic power, and their presence on the battlefield is often enough to turn the tide of battle in Lucifer's favor. Next come the legions of Hell, the rank-and-file soldiers of the infernal army. These are the countless demons who are bound by Lucifer's command. Some are lesser fallen angels, others are pure demons who have been created specifically to serve. They are often given names, titles, and roles based on their specific strengths, whether they excel in physical combat, sabotage, or psychological warfare. These demons do not have the grandeur of the demon lords or the fallen angels, but they are no less dangerous. They are the backbone of Hell's military might, and their sheer numbers make them a formidable force. In battle, Hell's armies utilize a combination of fear and force to overwhelm their enemies. Lucifer's most potent weapon is not only his demon strength, but their ability to corrupt, to sow doubt, and to manipulate. The legions of Hell use every tactic in the book: surprise attacks, ambushes, sieges, and even psychological warfare. They know that a broken will is often more dangerous than a broken body. Hell's demons are often able to turn an enemy against itself, whispering lies and feeding fears until the opposing forces turn on each other. This insidious method of warfare makes them even more deadly than any weapon or army. But the most terrifying aspect of Hell's armies is the infernal legion's ability to corrupt souls. When a soul falls into Hell, it does not simply stay in its original form. It is twisted and warped, turned into a creature bound to Lucifer's will. Souls that might have been once pure are transformed into demons, their personalities stripped away and replaced with the primal desire to serve Lucifer. The ability to create more soldiers from the very souls of the damned is a powerful tactic, ensuring that the legions are never short of numbers. With every victory in Hell, the army grows stronger, feeding off the souls of mortals and angels alike. The tactics of Hell's armies are as brutal as they are effective. Warfare is not simply about physical strength, it's about domination in every form. The infernal forces use magic, curses, dark rituals, and twisted incantations to weaken their enemies before they even engage in combat. They burn entire landscapes with their unholy fire, summon storms of acid rain, and shroud their enemies in darkness so thick that it smothers hope itself. On the battlefield, they are relentless, drawing upon not just their physical might, but their understanding of the deep, twisted forces that lie beneath the surface of reality. The infernal legions, led by Lucifer, do not fight for mere conquest, they fight to break spirits, to crush hope, and to assert their reign over all existence. They are the embodiment of chaos and destruction, of defiance against the divine order, and their formation and tactics are designed to leave nothing but ashes in their wake. In their eyes, there is no room for mercy, no place for peace. Their armies are built for one purpose only, to bring about a world where Lucifer's will is law, where fear reigns, and where all who dare to challenge them are crushed beneath their infernal might. And it is this might that makes Hell's armies a force that even the highest angels fear, a force that will stop at nothing until they rule over all, from the heavens to the earth and beyond. The fallen angels, those once glorious celestial beings who were cast down from heaven, have captured the imaginations of writers, poets, and philosophers for centuries. They are figures of both immense power and tragic loss, their stories blending rebellion, despair, and a yearning for redemption. In literature, the tale of the fallen angels has been told and retold, each time imbued with different meanings, emotions, and explorations of the human condition. From ancient texts to modern interpretations, the fallen angels serve as symbols of defiance, questioning the very nature of authority, order, and morality. Their stories are not merely of sin and punishment, but of the complexities of choice, the weight of consequences, and the eternal struggle between light and darkness. One of the most enduring and influential literary works to explore the theme of the fallen angel is John Milton's Paradise Lost, first published in 1667. Milton's epic poem is the quintessential tale of Lucifer's rebellion and his subsequent fall from heaven. Through the character of Satan, Milton crafts a figure who is both tragic and heroic, a fallen angel who refuses to bow to the divine will. Milton presents Satan as a leader of a rebellion, rallying his followers with the promise of freedom from the tyrannical rule of God. His famous declaration, "Better to reign in hell than serve in heaven," echoes through the ages as a cry for autonomy, a refusal to submit to authority. But as the poem unfolds, Satan's journey is revealed to be one of self-destruction. His pride, once his greatest strength, becomes his undoing, and his rebellion leads not to victory, but to eternal suffering in the depths of hell. In Paradise Lost, Milton doesn't just tell the story of Satan's fall, he delves into the very nature of temptation, pride, and the consequences of defying divine order. Milton's depiction of Satan as a tragic hero, rather than a mere villain, has influenced generations of writers who have explored the fallen angel motif. His Satan is not a one-dimensional antagonist, but a complex character, full of ambition, regret, and bitterness. This complexity has made the figure of the fallen angel a powerful metaphor in literature for those who challenge authority, question societal norms, or seek to carve out their own paths at any cost, even if it means sacrificing their souls. The theme of fallen angels also appears prominently in works of Gothic literature, a genre known for its exploration of the macabre, the supernatural, and the troubled psyche. In works like Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, the concept of the fallen angel is intertwined with themes of creation and responsibility. Victor Frankenstein, much like Lucifer, attempts to play God by creating life, only to face the consequences of his actions when the creature he brings to life turns into a being of sorrow and rage. The creature, rejected by his creator and cast out into the world, becomes an embodiment of both innocence and wrath. His story echoes the fall of Lucifer, as he, too, is punished not for his inherent nature but for his creator's inability to provide him with love and guidance. The creature's journey is one of self-discovery, pain, and a desperate search for companionship, mirroring the fall of angels who were once part of a perfect system but were cast out for their own perceived flaws. Similarly, in works like Goethe's Faust, the theme of the fallen angel is explored through the character of Mephistopheles, who embodies both temptation and despair. Mephistopheles is often interpreted as a fallen angel, cast down for his pride and defiance of divine order. In Faust, Mephistopheles seeks to tempt the protagonist, Faust, into selling his soul for knowledge and power. Like Satan in Paradise Lost, Mephistopheles is not purely evil but is instead a complex character caught in his own rebellion. His role in Faust's journey is not just as a tempter but as a symbol of the eternal struggle between good and evil, light and darkness. In the realm of modern literature, the fallen angel continues to be a powerful figure. In works such as Philip Pullman's His Dark Materials trilogy, the fallen angels are reimagined as beings who rebel against a higher power to seek truth and freedom. Pullman's fallen angels, much like Milton's Satan, are not simply wicked beings but are presented as heroes fighting against a corrupt system. In The Golden Compass, the angels who rebel against the oppressive authority of the magisterium are portrayed as sympathetic figures who seek to break free from the chains of dogma. Pullman's work explores the idea of questioning the divine, not from a place of evil, but from a desire for enlightenment and self-determination. In contemporary fantasy literature, fallen angels often serve as tragic figures caught between their past and their present, torn between the celestial world they once belonged to and the corrupting influences of the earth. Works like the Mortal Instruments series by Cassandra Clare introduce fallen angels who struggle with their dual identities as both celestial beings and beings tainted by their choices. These characters often find themselves facing the consequences of their past actions, trying to atone for their sins, or battling against the darkness that threatens to consume them. These fallen angels are not depicted as purely malevolent, but as beings who are struggling with redemption, self-forgiveness, and the desire to right the wrongs of their past. Similarly, in the world of graphic novels and comics, fallen angels have become iconic figures, representing both rebellion and redemption. Characters like Marvel's Lucifer Morningstar, who originated in Neil Gaiman's The Sandman comic series and later became the protagonist of his own spin-off series, are complex beings who question their roles in the cosmic order. Lucifer Morningstar is portrayed not as a mere villain but as a multifaceted character who, having rebelled against heaven, seeks to create his own path in the universe. His journey is one of self-exploration, power, and ultimately, understanding the nature of free will and personal responsibility. Fallen angels in literature are often presented not simply as evil beings, but as complex characters with motivations, desires, and regrets. They are figures who challenge divine authority, rebel against the constraints of their existence, and struggle with the consequences of their choices. In many ways, they embody the human struggle between good and evil, right and wrong, and the search for meaning in a world that often seems unjust. In exploring the fallen angel narrative, writers are able to delve into some of the most profound questions of existence. What does it mean to fall from grace? Is redemption possible, or is there no return once one has crossed the line? Can a being born of light ever truly embrace the darkness, or will the light always shine through, no matter how deep the fall? These questions, and the characters who embody them, continue to resonate with readers, making the fallen angel a timeless and powerful figure in literature. The stories of the fallen angels are more than tales of rebellion and despair. They are stories of transformation, of internal conflict, and of the constant battle between light and darkness that exists in all of us. And as long as there are stories to tell, the fallen angels will continue to captivate our hearts and minds, reminding us that sometimes it is only through the fall that we truly learn to understand who we are. The concept of the fallen angels has long captivated the imaginations of artists, inspiring powerful and evocative visual representations throughout history. These figures, once exalted and pure, now cast down from the heavens into darkness, have become symbols of rebellion, tragedy, and the eternal struggle between light and shadow. Across different periods and styles, the depiction of fallen angels has evolved, but one constant remains: their inherent complexity. They are not simply depicted as malevolent beings, but as tragic, often beautiful, figures caught between two worlds, between their celestial origins and their damnation. The earliest and most iconic artistic depictions of fallen angels can be traced back to the Renaissance and Baroque periods. where artists sought to portray the cosmic battles between good and evil with dramatic intensity. One of the most famous works is The Fall of the Rebel Angels by the Flemish artist Peter Bruegel the Elder, painted in 1562. In this monumental painting, Bruegel captures the chaotic moment of the fall, where a host of angels is expelled from heaven. The scene is a whirlwind of motion, with the rebellious angels being cast down, their once beautiful wings now tattered and broken. The fallen figures are depicted with a startling mixture of grace and violence, suspended in mid-air as they plummet into an abyss. The demons below them, grotesque and deformed, eagerly await their arrival, suggesting the inevitability of their descent into hell. This work is notable for its dramatic use of space and contrast, as the angels' beauty clashes violently with the monstrous forms of the demons, symbolizing the eternal struggle between light and dark. In contrast to Bruegel's dynamic scene of chaos, The Temptation of Saint Anthony by the Italian artist Michelangelo Merisi di Caravaggio presents a more intimate portrayal of the fallen. Caravaggio, known for his intense use of light and shadow, chiaroscuro, depicts Saint Anthony besieged by strange, demonic figures that seem to materialize from the very darkness surrounding him. Although not explicitly fallen angels in the traditional sense, these creatures reflect the same themes of temptation and corruption that characterize the fallen angel narrative. They are creatures of darkness, both beautiful and terrifying, pushing Saint Anthony to the edge of despair. Caravaggio's portrayal of these demons emphasizes their seductive power, showing that the fall is not always a violent or abrupt event but can be slow, insidious, and filled with torment. The Romantic period, with its emphasis on emotion, individualism, and the sublime, further pushed the boundaries of how fallen angels were depicted in art. Artists like Gustave Doré, who was deeply influenced by literary works such as John Milton's Paradise Lost, created stunning visualizations of Satan and his fallen angels. In Doré's illustrations, Lucifer and his followers are often portrayed as grand, heroic figures, shrouded in melancholy. In his famous engraving Satan watching the end of his days in heaven, Lucifer gazes down at the celestial realm he has lost, filled with both longing and pride. Doré's rendering of Satan as a tragic and noble figure encapsulates the romantic ideal of the rebellious hero. The fallen angels in his works are not grotesque monsters but beings of extraordinary beauty and majesty, stripped of their former glory but still radiating a haunting allure. This portrayal invites the viewer to sympathize with their fate, creating a sense of tragic beauty rather than pure malevolence. Another significant work from the Romantic period is William Blake's The Fall of the Rebel Angels, which explores the theme of spiritual rebellion through intricate and visionary illustrations. Blake's depiction of the fallen angels is rich with symbolism, showing them as fiery, ethereal beings who are both consumed by their own pride and in search of redemption. His illustrations reflect a deep understanding of the psychological and spiritual dimensions of the fall, emphasizing the inner conflict that these beings experience. Blake's angels are not simply cast down, but are in the midst of a transformation, losing their celestial purity while still maintaining the traces of their former grandeur. The fallen angels, in Blake's work, are shown as both terrifying and sublime, representing the duality of the human experience, our capacity for both creation and destruction. As time progressed, the depiction of fallen angels began to shift further away from religious symbolism and move toward a more secular and psychological interpretation. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, the figure of the fallen angel became a symbol of personal rebellion, existential crisis, and emotional turmoil. In works like The Fallen Angel by the French artist Alexandre Cabanel, 1847, we see a much more sensual and humanized portrayal of the fallen. Cabanel's angel, beautifully rendered with soft features, is perched on a rock, wings drooping in despair. The angel is not depicted in the midst of battle or suffering, but in a quiet, almost melancholic reflection. There is a sense of isolation and loss in the figure's posture, a silent acknowledgement of a fall that is not just physical but emotional and spiritual. Cabanel's angel is not monstrous but is instead imbued with a quiet, wistful beauty that emphasizes the tragedy of its fall from grace. This representation speaks to the romantic ideal of the fallen angel as a figure of intense personal conflict, torn between their celestial nature and their earthly consequences. In the modern era, fallen angels continue to be a popular subject in art, though their depiction has become more abstract and symbolic. The fallen angel has been reinterpreted as a figure that represents not just religious rebellion but a broader commentary on the human condition. In contemporary art, fallen angels often represent feelings of alienation, self-doubt, and existential despair. Artists like the American painter Mark Rothko, while not directly depicting angels, convey similar themes of transcendence and loss through abstract color fields that suggest an emotional and spiritual void. The concept of the fallen angel has morphed into a more universal symbol of the human struggle with identity, morality, and the search for meaning in a world fraught with ambiguity. One notable modern artist who reinterprets the fallen angel motif is the British painter Damien Hirst. In works like The Fallen Angel, 2004, Hirst depicts a fragmented, disembodied angel made from industrial materials like glass and stainless steel. The angel's once beautiful wings are broken, and the figure seems to be suspended in mid-air, caught between heaven and hell. Hirst's use of modern materials and his abstract approach reflects a contemporary understanding of the fallen angel as a symbol of personal fragmentation and disillusionment. In his work, the angel is no longer a purely divine or celestial being but a part of the chaotic, fragmented nature of the modern world. The depiction of fallen angels in art, from the Renaissance to the modern day, reveals much about humanity's evolving relationship with the divine, the fallen, and the human condition. Artists have visualized the fallen angels in myriad ways, from terrifying and grotesque to tragic and beautiful, from symbols of religious punishment to representations of personal and existential crisis. These portrayals reflect a deep understanding of the complexities of rebellion, loss, and redemption, capturing the timeless struggle between light and darkness. Whether as heroic figures, tragic beings, or symbols of our own inner turmoil, the fallen angels continue to inspire artists to explore the depths of the human soul and the eternal conflict that lies at its core. Fallen angels, once confined to ancient texts and religious narratives, have seamlessly woven themselves into the fabric of modern pop culture. Today, these once exalted beings who dared to defy heaven's will are explored in ways that transcend traditional biblical tales, transforming them into complex, multidimensional characters. Movies, books, and video games have embraced fallen angels as symbols of rebellion, personal conflict, and redemption, resonating with contemporary audiences who seek deeper emotional and psychological explorations of good versus evil, fate, and choice. One of the most prominent and influential representations of fallen angels in modern pop culture can be found in the film industry, where these celestial beings have taken center stage in major blockbusters. The Matrix trilogy, for example, presents fallen angels in the form of characters like Agent Smith, who embodies the concept of rebellion against a higher power, though in this case, the higher power is the system itself. While Agent Smith is not explicitly an angel in the traditional sense, his role as a rebel, fighting against the control of the Matrix, echoes the myth of Lucifer's Defiance. His character is a reflection of the idea that sometimes, the pursuit of freedom or autonomy can lead to destruction, a concept deeply rooted in the narratives of fallen angels. Another well-known portrayal of fallen angels in cinema is in Constantine, 2005, where Lucifer, played by Peter Stormare, is depicted not as an all-powerful deity of pure evil, but as a tragic figure who has lost his place in heaven due to his pride. The film draws heavily on the concept of the fallen angel, presenting Lucifer as a being who, while still immensely powerful, is riddled with bitterness and a sense of abandonment. The portrayal of Satan in Constantine is one of melancholy rather than pure malice, showing a being who has fallen not only from grace but from purpose. This more nuanced depiction opens up a dialogue about identity, loss, and the consequences of defying divine authority. In this film, the fallen angels are no longer just villains but also tragic figures, whose rebellion led to not just their downfall but a sense of purposelessness. In the realm of television, fallen angels often occupy central roles, adding complexity and depth to the stories. In the long-running series Supernatural, Lucifer is a major character, portrayed as a deeply conflicted and multifaceted figure. Over the course of the show, the character of Lucifer is fleshed out beyond the traditional portrayal of Satan as an embodiment of pure evil. He is shown as a fallen angel who craves approval from his father, God, and, in many ways, seeks a deeper connection with humanity. His journey, full of rage, regret, and longing for recognition, highlights the pain and loneliness that can come with rebellion. This version of Lucifer, like many others in modern pop culture, is not simply the embodiment of evil but a deeply broken and complex character who struggles with his own identity and role in the universe. The Supernatural series also introduces other fallen angels, such as Castiel, who, unlike Lucifer, becomes a key ally to the protagonists. Castiel begins as a devout servant of heaven but undergoes a transformation, eventually experiencing his own fall when he defies orders in order to protect humanity. His story is one of redemption, as he wrestles with the consequences of his choices and seeks a path that balances his newfound autonomy with his desire for righteousness. Castiel's journey reflects the theme of self-discovery that often accompanies the fall of angels in literature and modern media. A struggle to find meaning and purpose outside of one's original divine or preordained role. In literature, fallen angels have taken on a prominent role in shaping the narratives of various genres, from fantasy to young adult fiction to urban fantasy. One of the most famous examples is the Mortal Instruments series by Cassandra Clare. The books follow the character of Clary Frey, who is thrust into a hidden world of demons, angels, and other supernatural beings. In this universe, fallen angels, or nephilim, are the offspring of angels who once walked among humans but are now cursed for their rebellious nature. The nephilim are portrayed as both powerful and tragic, struggling with their identity and their role in a world that they have been cast out of. Clare's interpretation of the fallen angel incorporates themes of forbidden love, personal sacrifice, and the quest for redemption, ideas that echo throughout the broader pop culture representation of fallen angels. Similarly, in Angel Fall by Susan E. the world is plunged into chaos when angels fall from heaven, wreaking havoc on earth. In this dystopian novel, the fallen angels are not depicted as glorious or majestic beings, but as terrifying, unpredictable forces who have lost their divine purpose. The protagonist, Penryn, is forced to confront these beings as she navigates a world where the angels are no longer protectors but conquerors. Angelfall presents the fallen angel as a symbol of corruption and disillusionment, reflecting the darker side of rebellion and the consequences of angels who fall from grace. The fallen angel trope also frequently appears in video games, where players can engage with the concept of celestial beings cast down from heaven in interactive and immersive ways. Dante's Inferno, a video game inspired by Dante Alighieri's Divine Comedy, features a host of fallen angels who have been banished to the depths of hell. These angels, along with demons and other cursed souls, form part of the game's larger narrative, which follows the protagonist's journey through the 9 circles of hell. In the game, players face off against fallen angels who serve as powerful antagonists, embodying themes of suffering, loss, and the consequences of a fall from grace. The depiction of fallen angels in Dante's Inferno highlights their transformation into tormentors, reinforcing the idea that rebellion against divine order leads not only to personal suffering but to the ability to cause suffering to others. In Bayonetta, a popular action game franchise, angels serve as both enemies and integral components of the storyline. These angels, however, are far from the benevolent figures of heaven. They are twisted, grotesque versions of celestial beings, stripped of their former purity. The game's protagonist, Bayonetta, fights against these fallen angels, who have been corrupted and transformed into monstrous versions of their former selves. The game reimagines the fall of angels as a metaphor for the corruption of power and the loss of innocence, presenting a world where the line between good and evil is blurred. Even in the world of Diablo, one of the most well-known and long-running video game franchises, fallen angels play a central role. In Diablo 3, the character of Tyrell, once an archangel of heaven, chooses to descend to earth and become mortal in order to help humanity in its battle against the forces of hell. His decision to fall from grace represents a dramatic shift in his understanding of morality and duty, symbolizing the inner conflict faced by many fallen angels in modern pop culture. Tyrell's fall is both a personal choice and a necessary act of defiance against a higher, often oppressive, authority. Fallen angels in modern pop culture are not simply villainous figures of evil, they are complex, multidimensional characters who represent rebellion, personal struggle, and the search for redemption. Whether in movies, books, or video games, these beings embody humanity's quest for meaning, identity, and freedom. As these fallen angels are reimagined across different mediums, they reflect the challenges faced by individuals who defy the status quo, break free from societal constraints, and seek to define their own destinies, even at the cost of their own destruction. The evolution of the fallen angel in modern pop culture underscores our collective fascination with the tension between light and darkness, salvation and damnation, and the eternal struggle to reconcile the divine and the human. Once cast as embodiments of pure evil, the fallen angels of ancient myth and religious tradition have undergone a profound transformation in contemporary storytelling. In the past, these celestial rebels were often depicted as demonic entities bent on destruction, symbols of pride and disobedience that led to their eternal damnation. However, over time, the portrayal of the fallen has shifted dramatically. Modern narratives increasingly present them not as mere villains, but as tragic figures, complicated, conflicted beings whose falls are rooted in deeply human emotions like love, loss, pain, and the pursuit of personal autonomy. Today, the fallen angel is as likely to inspire empathy as fear, evoking a profound sense of sympathy from audiences who are drawn to their struggle for redemption and identity. One of the earliest and most significant shifts in the portrayal of fallen angels comes from literature. In John Milton's Paradise Lost, Lucifer, once the most exalted of angels, is depicted as a heroic figure, a tragic rebel whose pride and ambition lead to his fall from grace. Milton's portrayal of Lucifer as a powerful yet sympathetic character resonated with readers, drawing attention to his internal struggle, his sense of betrayal, and his desire for independence. This reinterpretation of Lucifer from a mere villain to a complex, even admirable figure set the stage for later depictions of fallen angels as tragic anti-heroes. Milton's influence can be seen in the modern portrayal of fallen angels in literature, where they are frequently granted depth and agency, making their rebellions feel more understandable, if not justified. In recent years, this sympathetic approach to the fallen angel has become even more pronounced in young adult fiction, a genre that has embraced these characters as central figures in stories of personal growth and redemption. One of the most notable examples is the Hush series by Becca Fitzpatrick, where the protagonist, Patch, is a fallen angel who struggles with his past actions and seeks a path to redemption. Patch is not the all-powerful, terrifying figure one might expect. Instead, he is flawed, conflicted, and at times deeply vulnerable. His fall from grace is not presented as an inevitable curse, but rather as a consequence of his choices, which adds layers to his character. The story focuses on Patch's journey to reconcile with his own nature and forge a new path, exploring themes of forgiveness, self-acceptance, and the possibility of change. This portrayal resonates with readers, particularly in the context of coming-of-age themes, as the idea of personal transformation is both powerful and relatable. Another recent literary work that delves into the sympathetic portrayal of fallen angels is Angel Fall by Susan E. In this post-apocalyptic world, angels have descended to Earth not as divine beings of light, but as vengeful warriors who wreak havoc on humanity. However, one of the central characters, Raph, is a fallen angel who, unlike his brethren, questions the righteousness of his actions. His character is filled with guilt, regret, and a desire to break free from the violent cycle his kind has become part of. Raph's fall is painted as a tragic event, one that sets him on a path of self-reflection and redemption. His portrayal challenges the conventional narrative of the fallen angel as a purely evil being, offering a more nuanced perspective on the consequences of rebellion and the complexity of personal choices. The fallen angel's journey of self-discovery and redemption also finds its place in television, where these characters are often placed at the center of morally complex narratives. In the popular show Supernatural, the character of Castiel, an angel of heaven, undergoes a transformation from an unquestioning servant of the divine to a fallen figure who rebels against heaven's orders in order to protect humanity. Castiel's fall is not one of pure defiance or malice, but of empathy, as he begins to question the motives of those he once served. He experiences deep emotional turmoil as he grapples with his newfound humanity and his conflicted loyalty to both heaven and earth. Over the course of the series, Castiel's fall and subsequent struggles make him one of the most beloved characters, demonstrating that the path of a fallen angel is often fraught with pain, but also with the possibility of growth and redemption. In the 2014 television series Constantine, based on the Hellblazer comic book series, the fallen angels are not simply antagonists but tragic, complex figures who serve as reflections of humanity's darker impulses. One notable character, Lucifer Morningstar, portrayed by actor Mark Margolis, is depicted as a being who has rejected his divine calling, yet his rebellion is rooted in feelings of abandonment and betrayal. In contrast to the traditional portrayal of Satan as a malevolent figure, this version of Lucifer is shown as someone deeply hurt by his rejection, forever searching for meaning in a broken existence. His actions in the series are motivated by a desire for freedom from the constraints of his former role as a servant to a higher power. This portrayal mirrors the real-world human desire for autonomy and self-determination, painting Lucifer not just as a villain, but as a misunderstood soul seeking a place in the universe. In cinema, one of the most famous reinterpretations of the fallen angel narrative can be seen in the Blade trilogy, where the character of Whistler becomes a mentor to the titular vampire hunter, Blade. Whistler's struggles, as someone who was once aligned with divine forces, reflect the internal conflict often experienced by fallen angels in popular media. His transformation into a man who defies his past, grapples with feelings of guilt, and seeks redemption for his actions offers a humanizing portrayal of the fallen. While he is no longer aligned with the heavens, Whistler's actions, which ultimately serve the greater good, make him a sympathetic character who represents the possibility of redemption even for those who have strayed from their divine origins. Another fascinating reinterpretation of fallen angels is seen in the 1990 film The Prophecy, where Christopher Walken plays the Archangel Gabriel. In this version, Gabriel is portrayed as vengeful and ruthless, yet his motivations stem from a deep sense of betrayal and a desire to restore a lost order. Gabriel's fall is not one of simple evil but is presented as a result of his frustration with God's plan and his belief that humanity has strayed too far from the divine path. The film delves into the complexities of Gabriel's character, offering a view of the fallen angel as a being who, though morally ambiguous, is driven by his own sense of justice and purpose. This adds a level of depth to the character, making him more than just an antagonist but a tragic figure consumed by his inner conflict. In the world of video games, the fallen angel has also undergone a shift from being a mere antagonist to a complex, multidimensional character. In Dante's Inferno, inspired by Dante Alighieri's Divine Comedy, players confront various representations of fallen angels in hell, but one particular character stands out, Beatrice. In the game, Beatrice's fall from grace is portrayed as a tragic consequence of her innocence being exploited, and her ultimate fate is entwined with the protagonist's quest for redemption. The game invites players to empathize with her plight, even as they battle against the forces of hell, demonstrating the complex relationship between sin, suffering, and the possibility of salvation. This reinterpretation of fallen angels as tragic, complex figures who are capable of growth, regret, and redemption marks a significant departure from their traditional roles as embodiments of evil. In contemporary storytelling, the fallen angel is not merely a symbol of rebellion, but a reflection of the human condition, someone who, despite their fall, is capable of change and seeking a new purpose. This nuanced portrayal resonates deeply with modern audiences, who see in the fallen angel not just a villain, but a reflection of their own struggles with identity, morality, and the pursuit of personal transformation. The fallen angel, once a figure of judgment and damnation, is now a symbol of the possibility of redemption, proving that even those who have fallen the farthest may still have the chance to rise again. The question of whether fallen angels can be redeemed has long been a subject of theological debate, a question that touches on deep and enduring themes of justice, mercy, free will, and divine grace. The traditional view in many religious frameworks suggests that once angels have fallen, their fate is sealed, an irreversible consequence of their defiance against divine authority. However, this idea has been challenged over time by various schools of thought that consider the possibility of redemption for these celestial beings. The theological complexities surrounding the redemption of fallen angels invite profound reflections on the nature of sin, the power of forgiveness, and the extent of God's mercy. At the heart of the debate lies the figure of Lucifer, the most infamous of the fallen angels. In Christian theology, Lucifer's rebellion against God is often seen as the ultimate act of pride and defiance, leading to his fall from heaven and his eventual transformation into Satan. This narrative, found in texts such as Paradise Lost by John Milton, presents Lucifer's pride as a fatal flaw, one that leads him to declare war against God and subsequently be cast out of heaven. According to this traditional view, Lucifer's fall is not just a moment of disobedience but a complete rejection of the divine order, and thus, redemption seems impossible. The idea of irreversible damnation for the fallen angels aligns with the notion of divine justice. Once they rebel, it is argued, they have chosen their path, and to offer them redemption would be to undermine the purity of God's judgment. In this view, salvation is reserved for humanity, which, through sin, has fallen into a state of imperfection and is in need of God's mercy. Humanity, unlike angels, is seen as capable of repentance, and its ability to turn back to God through Christ's sacrifice offers hope for salvation. For fallen angels, however, this option is not available because, unlike humans, they are considered to have had direct access to God's grace and yet consciously chose to reject it. Their decision to rebel is final, and there is no redemption to be found for them. This theological stance is deeply rooted in Christian doctrine, particularly the teachings of the Catholic Church, which holds that the fallen angels, led by Lucifer, made a definitive, irreversible choice to reject God. According to the Catechism of the Catholic Church, angels, being pure spirits, were created by God with free will, but once they made their choice to fall, they were confirmed in that state of rebellion. As spiritual beings, their actions are not subject to the same processes of redemption that humans experience through repentance and grace. The Catholic view suggests that the fall of angels is final, and that their ultimate fate in hell is the natural consequence of their free choice to oppose God's will. However, not all theological traditions agree with this definitive view. Some theologians, particularly those influenced by the idea of universal reconciliation, argue that there may be room for the redemption of fallen angels. Universalism is the belief that ultimately, all beings, human and angelic alike, will be reconciled with God, regardless of their sins or rebellions. This perspective suggests that God's mercy is so vast and all-encompassing that even the most rebellious angels could eventually find their way back to the divine fold. Universalists point to passages in Scripture that emphasize God's boundless love and willingness to forgive, such as the famous verse from the Gospel of John, "For God so loved the world that he gave his one and only Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish, but have eternal life." John 3 verse 16. Though traditionally applied to humanity, Universalists argue that this promise could extend to all of God's creations, including angels. Another theological perspective that entertains the possibility of redemption for fallen angels is rooted in the idea of God's perfect will and the transformative power of divine love. In this view, redemption is not necessarily about the angel's ability to repent in the same way humans can, but rather, it is about God's willingness to redeem all creation, no matter how far it has fallen. Theologians in this camp might argue that the essence of God's nature is love, and that this love is so profound that it could eventually overcome the rebellion of the angels. The possibility of salvation for fallen angels, in this interpretation, would not be about their deserving it, but rather about God's ability to forgive and restore what has been broken. This view challenges the traditional idea of finality in the fall and offers a more hopeful, expansive vision of redemption, one in which no creature is beyond the reach of divine grace. On the other hand, some religious thinkers suggest that the nature of angels, spiritual beings who are closer to God than humans, means that their rebellion is not something that can be easily forgiven. They argue that angels, because they were created to serve God in a perfect state, knew the divine will more clearly than humans ever could. Thus, their rebellion is seen as a willful, premeditated rejection of God's perfect nature. In this sense, the sin of a fallen angel is more grievous than that of a human, and as a result, the concept of redemption becomes more complicated. These theologians suggest that the angel's sin is one that cannot be undone, not because God is unwilling to forgive, but because the nature of their rebellion is too profound and too final. In this interpretation, redemption for fallen angels would not be possible because they have knowingly chosen to turn away from God and cannot return from that choice. In addition to these theological debates, there are also philosophical arguments about the nature of free will and the potential for redemption. If angels, like humans, are granted free will, does that not imply that they have the capacity to choose differently even after their fall? Can redemption be seen as a process that transcends time and space, one that is not bound by the immediate consequences of a fallen state but instead rooted in the eternal nature of divine love? These questions point to a more nuanced understanding of redemption, one that might allow for the possibility that even fallen angels could, in some way, return to God. Despite these debates, one thing remains clear: the idea of fallen angels being redeemed is fraught with theological complexity, and it ultimately hinges on one's view of divine justice, mercy, and the nature of free will. The traditional Christian view holds that fallen angels are beyond redemption, their rebellion a permanent rupture with God. However, other theological perspectives challenge this, suggesting that the infinite nature of God's love and grace might eventually reach even the most defiant beings. Whether or not fallen angels can be redeemed remains a question without a definitive answer, one that reflects the broader mystery of divine will, justice, and the possibilities of salvation for all of creation. In many cultures, the figure of Lucifer is seen as the embodiment of ultimate rebellion, a being cast out of heaven for pride, ambition, and defiance. For centuries, the narrative of Lucifer's fall has been unwaveringly tied to his irredeemable nature, casting him as the enemy of God and the personification of evil. However, within certain apocryphal texts, folklore, and alternative theological interpretations, there are stories that present an entirely different angle, the possibility of Lucifer's redemption. These tales paint a much more nuanced picture of the fallen angel, one where Lucifer seeks forgiveness, redemption, or even reconciliation with God. While these stories are not part of the canonical religious texts, they offer an intriguing look into the complexities of forgiveness, pride, and grace. In some of the lesser-known writings of early Christianity, particularly those that didn't make it into the biblical canon, there are hints and glimpses of Lucifer longing for redemption. One such narrative can be found in the Book of Enoch, an ancient Jewish text that delves into the fall of the Watchers, a group of angels who descended to earth. While the primary focus is on the disobedience of these angels, there are subtle references to Lucifer's own internal turmoil and the potential for a moment of reconciliation. In some apocryphal stories, it's suggested that Lucifer, as he watches the consequences of his rebellion unfold, feels deep regret. This remorse, though not enough to undo the damage, allows for a spark of hope that perhaps, through true repentance, his fate could change. Another story that explores the theme of Lucifer's redemption is found in the Gospel of Nicodemus, a text that is part of Christian apocryphal writings. In this story, the narrative moves beyond the fall of Lucifer into a more reflective moment, his eventual confrontation with Christ during the harrowing of hell. According to this narrative, after Christ's crucifixion, he descends into hell to rescue the righteous souls who have been trapped there. In some versions of this myth, Lucifer himself is said to encounter Christ, but rather than remaining in his hardened, rebellious state, there is a moment of profound dialogue. In this rare retelling, Lucifer is presented not as a spiteful enemy but as a being who begins to understand the extent of his own failings. He is confronted with the undeniable power of divine mercy, and for a brief moment, he contemplates a return to grace. Though ultimately, he does not achieve redemption in these texts, the mere presence of this interaction implies that even Lucifer, the first to fall, might have sought forgiveness, if only for an instant. The idea of Lucifer yearning for redemption also appears in various traditions of mysticism and esoteric thought. These schools of thought often explore the duality of light and darkness, and within this framework, Lucifer is sometimes viewed not only as the light-bearer but also as a misunderstood or even tragic figure. In such interpretations, Lucifer's desire for freedom and autonomy is portrayed not as rebellion against God's authority but as a striving for personal transformation. He seeks enlightenment, not only for himself but for all of creation. These mystical traditions, like those in Gnosticism, often assert that the ultimate goal is enlightenment and unity with the divine, and in these narratives, Lucifer is not an eternal enemy of God, but a fallen being who seeks a higher truth. His fall, then, is not a sin but an unfortunate consequence of his pursuit of self-knowledge and enlightenment. Some apocryphal traditions, particularly in certain forms of Christian mysticism, also suggest that Lucifer's redemption could occur in the future. The idea is rooted in the concept of universal reconciliation, a belief that in the end, all beings, no matter how fallen, will be reconciled with the divine. This idea is hinted at in the Book of Revelation, which speaks of the eventual defeat of evil and the restoration of the world to a perfect state. While most of the focus in the text is on the triumph of Christ and the eternal punishment of Satan, certain theologians have speculated that this cosmic restoration could encompass all beings, including Lucifer. In this interpretation, Lucifer's rebellion is not seen as an eternally unforgivable sin, but as a temporary state of separation from God that will ultimately be healed in the end times. Thus, these stories imply that Lucifer's yearning for redemption might not be lost forever, as there may be a moment when the divine plan allows for the restoration of all. In certain folk tales, Lucifer's redemption is depicted through allegories where he is shown in an almost human light. These stories, often part of European folklore or poetic traditions, cast him as a figure that struggles with the consequences of his rebellion. For instance, in some medieval stories, Lucifer is depicted as wandering the earth, searching for meaning and redemption. Some versions of these tales suggest that he is locked in a cycle of endless suffering and regret, longing to return to heaven, but forever barred by the weight of his pride. There is, however, a sense of tragic heroism in these versions. Lucifer is not simply damned, but caught in a tragic situation, unable to redeem himself because of his own refusal to bend to divine will. Yet, in these stories, there is a strange sort of hope that one day, through great humility or sacrifice, he might find his way back. Though these narratives don't depict his redemption in full, they introduce the notion that Lucifer's pride might one day break, and he might at last repent. Perhaps one of the most intriguing myths of Lucifer's redemption comes from modern retellings in literature and art. Writers, poets, and artists often revisit the myth of the fallen angel with a new perspective, one that questions the finality of Lucifer's fall and explores the possibility that he may seek redemption, even after millennia of rebellion. In modern stories, Lucifer is not portrayed simply as the embodiment of evil, but as a being full of inner conflict. Stories such as the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri hint at the idea that even Lucifer, imprisoned in hell, is part of a divine plan, caught in his own prison of guilt and suffering. While Dante's Inferno doesn't allow for Lucifer's redemption, later interpretations of the work play with the notion that Lucifer, as part of the divine order, might one day have a role to play in the restoration of heaven. In these modern adaptations, the idea that Lucifer seeks forgiveness is not seen as weakness or submission, but as a sign of the complexity and depth of his character. In some contemporary theological musings, particularly within certain circles of Christian thought, there is also the idea that Lucifer's fall was necessary for the unfolding of God's greater plan. This view presents Lucifer's rebellion as a catalyst for the existence of free will in the universe and the ability of beings to choose their own paths. From this standpoint, Lucifer's redemption is seen not as something that must occur now, but rather as a possibility that exists in the fullness of time, when all of creation is restored. This belief implies that, in the end, Lucifer will play a crucial role in the reconciliation of all things, even though his redemption may not come through repentance, but through the fulfillment of divine justice and mercy. In such stories, Lucifer's rebellion was never in vain, but was an integral part of the cosmic drama that ultimately leads to the redemption of all. Nuanced in the traditional view of eternal damnation, these tales explore the complexities of pride, rebellion, and grace, offering a new perspective on a figure who has long been condemned. While the redemption of Lucifer remains a mythic and elusive concept, the stories where he yearns for forgiveness resonate with a powerful and universal theme: the possibility of change, the hope for reconciliation, and the profound power of mercy. They remind us that even the most fallen among us may, in their deepest moments of despair, seek the very thing they once rejected: forgiveness. The relationship between humanity and fallen angels is one that pulses with tension, mystery, and the promise of hidden power. For centuries, this dynamic has fascinated religious, philosophical, and literary minds as they have pondered the role of humanity in the story of the fallen. The narrative is rich with symbolism, suggesting that the fall of angels and the rise of human sin are not isolated events but interconnected ones. In many ways, the fate of mortals and fallen angels is entwined in a deep, symbiotic relationship, a bond that reveals both the potential for great destruction and the possibility of an unexpected, transformative union. From the very beginning, when Lucifer and his hosts were cast down from heaven, humanity was subtly brought into their narrative. In Christian theology, the fall of humanity in the Garden of Eden is often considered the consequence of angelic interference. The serpent that tempted Eve was traditionally identified as Satan, the fallen archangel. This act of rebellion set the stage for the delicate, yet dark, relationship between humans and the celestial beings that once served God. As much as fallen angels sought to rebel against divine authority, their actions, particularly their dealings with humankind, were not simply born of malice but also of a complex desire to influence and shape the fate of humanity. The first notable interaction between fallen angels and humans comes from the book of Genesis in the Bible, where the sons of God, often interpreted as angels, descended to earth and took mortal women as wives. These beings, the Nephilim, were the offspring of angels and humans, and their birth marked the blurring of divine and earthly boundaries. The Nephilim were said to be giants, beings of great power and potential, but also marked by the corruption of their divine heritage. This act of the Watchers, as these angels were called, not only cemented their rebellion against God's will but also placed humanity in direct contact with fallen angels in a way that would forever alter the course of both celestial and earthly history. In these early stories, humanity was not merely the passive victim of the fallen angels' descent to earth. Rather, humans were actively complicit in their downfall. The Watchers, motivated by desires of their own, whether they sought to impart forbidden knowledge or simply to defy God's commands, gave humanity access to secrets that were not meant for mortal minds. The teaching of forbidden arts, including astrology, magic, and warfare, was part of a trade-off between the angels and humans, a transfer of knowledge that came at a terrible cost. Humanity, in exchange for this knowledge, would become more powerful, but also more corrupt, leading to the creation of a world that would eventually be destroyed by the flood. This myth of the Nephilim speaks to a broader pattern in which humanity and fallen angels are locked in a mutually beneficial yet destructive relationship. The fallen angels sought to shape and influence the course of human history, offering knowledge, power, and even the potential for transcendence. But these gifts often came with a price. In the Book of Enoch, the fallen angels' teachings are presented as corrupting influences that brought violence, sin, and chaos to the earth. Humans, in their thirst for forbidden knowledge, accepted these gifts and, in doing so, set the stage for their own downfall. This exchange between the celestial and the mortal world speaks to the symbiosis between the two. One side offers power, while the other accepts it, with both ultimately being consumed by the consequences of their actions. There is a deep irony at play in this connection between humanity and fallen angels. On the one hand, fallen angels are often seen as the ultimate adversaries of God and mankind, embodying evil and rebellion. Yet, paradoxically, they are also integral to the unfolding of human history. They are the architects of humanity's knowledge, guiding and corrupting us in ways that ultimately shape our collective destiny. Without their interference, humanity would remain ignorant of the vast powers that lie within and beyond the earth. It is this paradox, the idea that the very beings who sought to destroy humanity's connection to the divine also provided the means for our evolution, that underscores the complex nature of their relationship. In esoteric traditions and occult thought, this connection is often explored more deeply. The idea of humans entering into pacts or alliances with fallen angels, sometimes depicted as demons, is a recurring theme in various magical and mystical systems. In these traditions, fallen angels are not always portrayed as malevolent beings. Instead, they are sometimes depicted as figures who offer guidance, knowledge, and power to those who seek it. The idea of making deals with fallen angels, such as signing pacts or engaging in rituals to call upon their influence, is often tied to the pursuit of personal power, enlightenment, or spiritual transformation. However, these dealings are always fraught with danger, as the cost of such power is often one's soul, or at the very least, a permanent separation from the divine. In these contexts, the symbiotic relationship between humans and fallen angels becomes even more pronounced. The fallen angels offer knowledge and power, but humans, in their thirst for that power, willingly choose to accept the bargain. This is a relationship of mutual exchange, where both parties benefit in the short term, but both also face the inevitable consequences of their actions. The fallen angels are often portrayed as playing a game with humanity, knowing the eventual outcome but still offering the temptation of forbidden knowledge. Humans, on the other hand, are driven by their own desires, often seeking to transcend their limitations or gain control over forces they cannot fully understand. Both sides are locked in a cycle of give and take, each contributing to the other's downfall in a dance of power and consequence. Throughout history, the stories of fallen angels and their interactions with humanity have been reinterpreted and reimagined. In many works of literature and art, fallen angels are depicted as tragic figures, beings who have fallen from grace but still retain some glimmer of their former light. These depictions often portray fallen angels as sympathetic figures, torn between their original purpose and their rebellion. In such stories, the relationship between the fallen and humanity is more complex, with fallen angels becoming reluctant mentors or protectors to humans who seek meaning and guidance. The symbiotic relationship is no longer purely one of corruption and downfall, but one of mutual understanding, where both angels and mortals struggle with the consequences of their choices. The myths and stories where Lucifer seeks forgiveness present a vision of him that is far more. In modern depictions, the relationship between humanity and fallen angels is often explored through the lens of personal transformation. Fallen angels are not always the villainous figures of old. Instead, they are sometimes portrayed as beings who seek redemption or enlightenment, offering their knowledge to humanity in exchange for something more abstract, a deeper understanding of the nature of existence, the meaning of suffering, or the possibility of spiritual evolution. In this way, the symbiosis between mortals and fallen angels can be seen as a path of mutual growth and exploration, even if it comes with great risk and personal sacrifice. The relationship between fallen angels and humanity is, ultimately, one that reflects the dual nature of human existence itself, the tension between good and evil, knowledge and ignorance, freedom and consequence. Fallen angels are both the catalysts and the consequences of human choices, offering power and temptation, but always at a cost. Their role in the human story is not one of pure malevolence, but one of complexity and contradiction. In their interactions with humanity, they serve as both teachers and tricksters, offering the potential for greatness but also leading mortals down dark paths. Yet, in this symbiosis, there is also the possibility for growth, understanding, and ultimately, transformation, if one dares to navigate the perilous waters of the fallen world. The notion that fallen angels could walk among humans, disguised in the form of ordinary mortals, is one of the most enduring and mysterious beliefs throughout history. This idea blurs the line between the celestial and the earthly, invoking a sense of paranoia, wonder, and fascination. It suggests that the divine and the damned could exist within our midst, hidden beneath the veil of the mundane, quietly watching, influencing, or even interacting with the world around us. The concept challenges us to reconsider the nature of humanity's everyday existence, where angels, once beings of light, now live in shadow, carrying with them the weight of their fallen nature. The idea of fallen angels living among humans has roots in ancient mythologies, religious texts, and folklore. In many traditions, angels were seen as messengers or servants of God, beings tasked with guiding and protecting humanity. However, the fall of these angels, Lucifer and his followers, severed their divine purpose, leaving them stranded between the realms of heaven and earth. Without their original mission, these fallen angels were often thought to roam the world in search of meaning or redemption, attempting to understand the mortal experience or fulfill their own desires for power, knowledge, or freedom. One of the most striking aspects of this belief is the idea that fallen angels are not immediately recognizable. They could be ordinary humans, blending seamlessly into society, their true nature hidden from view. In Christian mythology, this belief is echoed in the story of the Watchers, angels who descended to earth and took mortal wives. The very nature of their rebellion and descent implied that they had to disguise themselves, as their appearance was too glorious for humans to behold without being overwhelmed. These angels, now cut off from heaven, lived among humans as mortal men, but carried with them the burden of their fall. They interacted with the human world, but their otherworldly knowledge, power, and influence made them dangerous and enigmatic figures. Throughout history, there have been stories and beliefs that fall in line with this idea of angels, whether fallen or not, living among us in disguise. Ancient cultures often spoke of gods or spirits that took human form, mingling with mortals and influencing the course of human affairs. In some cultures, these deities or angels were seen as protectors or guides, while in others, they were viewed with suspicion as beings who could not be fully trusted. The belief in angels living among humans is particularly prominent in the lore surrounding shape-shifting beings, where a divine being might take on a human form to walk among mortals, often with a hidden agenda or purpose. In more modern depictions, this idea has taken on a darker, more ominous tone. Fallen angels are often portrayed as wandering the earth, cloaked in human form, observing the lives of the unsuspecting. They may be seen as agents of chaos or destruction, waiting for the right moment to tip the balance in favor of darkness. Yet, in other versions of the myth, these fallen beings seek redemption, quietly searching for a way back to heaven or hoping to reconcile their past mistakes. These stories suggest that the angels are not merely hiding from the world, but are actively participating in human affairs, shaping events, and influencing the lives of those they encounter. There's something unsettling about the thought that a fallen angel might be living among us, undetected. It suggests that we cannot trust our own perceptions, that the world around us may be filled with beings who exist on a different plane of existence, watching us, judging us, or even manipulating us. This fear taps into something primal within us, the unease that comes from knowing that our world is not as it seems, that unseen forces may be quietly shaping our fates. This idea has been explored in countless works of literature and popular culture, where fallen angels walk among humans in disguise. In stories, they are often portrayed as charismatic, powerful figures, able to blend into society effortlessly. They may be portrayed as both protectors and tormentors, beings who, despite their fall, still hold the power to change the world in ways that mortals cannot comprehend. Their presence among humans often signifies a larger cosmic struggle, one that plays out in subtle ways on Earth. These fallen beings might walk among us for reasons as varied as personal redemption, the desire to wreak havoc, or simply to observe the human condition, unable to fully understand or participate in it due to their lost status as angels. In more esoteric traditions, particularly within occult circles, the belief in fallen angels living among humans takes on a more complex dimension. Here, fallen angels are seen not as evil, but as beings who, in their rebellion, have transcended the limits of heaven and hell. They are sometimes viewed as enlightened or powerful figures who offer knowledge to those willing to seek it. In these interpretations, fallen angels are not simply cursed beings, they are misunderstood, carrying with them the weight of their experiences, their fall, and their knowledge of both the divine and the mortal. They live among humans not as a threat, but as silent teachers, offering wisdom to those willing to look beyond the veil of appearances. In many of these occult traditions, the fallen angels who walk among humans are not easy to spot. Their disguise is often perfect, and they blend seamlessly into society. They may appear as ordinary people, teachers, leaders, artists, or healers, but beneath their human exterior, they possess the knowledge and power of beings who once stood in heaven. Their role in human society is often to impart knowledge, unlock hidden mysteries, or guide those who are seeking deeper truths. However, their presence is never without risk. The knowledge they offer often comes with a price, for fallen angels are seen as beings whose gifts are not freely given. There is always a cost for their wisdom, whether it be the soul of the seeker or a dangerous lesson learned through pain and sacrifice. In modern pop culture, the image of fallen angels living among humans is often associated with supernatural thrillers, urban fantasy, and dark romances. These fallen angels are often cast as brooding, complex figures, beings who are both irresistibly attractive and inherently dangerous. The fallen angel in disguise becomes the quintessential tragic hero, torn between their desire to help humanity and the weight of their own guilt and past sins. Stories of this nature often explore themes of love, redemption, and the moral gray areas between good and evil. These angels are not clear-cut villains, nor are they pure heroes. They exist in a space between the two, carrying the burden of their fall while seeking a sense of belonging in a world they no longer understand. Yet, the presence of fallen angels among humans also touches on an unsettling truth, the idea that even in our world, there may be forces beyond our understanding, beings that influence us in ways we cannot comprehend. These fallen angels, hidden in plain sight, serve as reminders that our world is more mysterious than we think, that even the most ordinary person may be more than they seem, and that the boundaries between the celestial and the earthly are not as clear-cut as we once believed. In the end, the belief in fallen angels living among us challenges our perception of reality. It forces us to confront the idea that the divine and the damned are not so far removed from our everyday lives. The beings that once inhabited heaven now walk our earth, not as celestial warriors, but as fallen souls, struggling with their own existence, watching us from the shadows, and waiting for a moment of reckoning. Whether they seek redemption or further rebellion, their presence among humanity adds a layer of mystery, a reminder that the world is never as simple as it appears. And as long as we continue to walk among them, we can never be sure who or what we might truly be standing next to. The end times, the final chapter of existence as we know it, has been a subject of fascination, fear, and speculation for millennia. Across cultures, religions, and philosophies, the end of the world is marked by a dramatic upheaval, a time of reckoning, judgment, and ultimately, the resolution of cosmic battles between good and evil. Amid this cataclysmic scenario, the roles of fallen angels are often depicted as crucial players in eschatological narratives, figures who serve as agents of destruction, torment, and the final collapse of the divine order. These fallen beings, once celestial and pure, now stand as harbingers of chaos and the unraveling of the world. In the Abrahamic religions, particularly Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, the end of times is inextricably linked to the divine judgment of humanity. The actions and interference of fallen angels in these events often reflect the long-standing rebellion against God and the celestial order. Their roles in eschatology, whether as tormentors, corruptors, or heralds of the apocalypse, represent not only the culmination of their fall, but also the ultimate expression of the battle between light and darkness, divine and profane. Christian eschatological narratives often place fallen angels at the forefront of the final battle between good and evil. In the book of Revelation, the apocalyptic vision of St. John describes a war between the forces of heaven, led by Michael the archangel, and the armies of darkness, led by Satan and his fallen angels. This cosmic conflict results in the eventual casting out of Satan and his legions into the abyss, a place of eternal torment. Fallen angels, in this narrative, serve as the agents of destruction and deceit, working to corrupt humanity and lead them away from salvation in the final days. They are depicted as tempters, false prophets, and creatures of darkness, influencing individuals and nations to turn away from God and embrace the forces of evil. Their role is to deepen the suffering of humanity, creating chaos, confusion, and fear as the end draws near. In the book of Revelation, it is not only Satan who plays a significant role in the end times, but also the fallen angels who are said to unleash the terrible plagues upon the earth. The 7 trumpet judgments, the pouring out of the 7 bowls of wrath, and the opening of the 7 seals are all actions tied to the work of these angels of destruction. They bring forth pestilence, famine, war, and natural disasters, signaling the collapse of the world order. These angels are not mere observers, but active participants in the unraveling of creation. The narrative makes it clear that the fall of angels was not simply a one-time event, but an ongoing force, an eternal rebellion that continues to shape the world. In Islam, fallen angels also play an essential role in the eschatological story, although their nature and actions are framed differently. In Islamic tradition, Iblis, Satan, is the primary fallen angel who refused to bow before Adam, leading to his banishment from heaven. Iblis' role in the end times is similarly destructive, as he is believed to be working tirelessly to mislead humanity, urging them to commit sin and reject the path of righteousness. The Hadith and the Quran describe Iblis as the ultimate tempter, leading people astray in their final moments before the day of judgment. The influence of fallen angels in Islamic eschatology is further highlighted in the narrative of the Dajjal, the false messiah, who is said to appear in the final days, spreading deception and leading people away from the true faith. Some traditions suggest that Iblis and his fallen followers will align themselves with the Dajjal, contributing to the widespread turmoil before the final battle between good and evil. In these Islamic narratives, fallen angels are portrayed as agents of darkness, working to sow discord and corruption. However, the fallen are also seen as being under the ultimate control of Allah, and their influence, while significant, is not without limits. This perspective adds a layer of tension and uncertainty, suggesting that while the fallen angels may serve as harbingers of the end times, their power is still ultimately subjugated to the will of the divine. The fallen angels, in this sense, are not only active participants in the world's destruction, but also serve as instruments of divine justice, bringing about the final reckoning for those who have strayed from the path of righteousness. In Judaism, particularly in the apocalyptic texts like the Book of Enoch, the role of fallen angels in the end times is closely tied to the narrative of the nephilim and the corruption of humanity. The Watchers, the angels who descended to earth and mingled with human women, were said to have imparted forbidden knowledge that led to the spread of wickedness and sin. Their offspring, the nephilim, were powerful giants who ravaged the earth, contributing to the chaos and violence that marked the pre-flood world. The corruption caused by these fallen angels ultimately led to the Great Flood, in which the earth was cleansed, and only Noah and his family were spared. In the apocalyptic tradition, the fallen angel's return is sometimes associated with a renewal of chaos, when the forces of evil will once again rise to bring about the destruction of the righteous. In some Jewish apocalyptic literature, the role of the fallen angels in the end times is not one of direct destruction, but rather of facilitating the judgment of humanity. The fallen angels are depicted as the ones who report to God on the state of the world, revealing the deeds of humankind. These angels, having fallen from grace, become a means of judging those who have succumbed to sin. They are the overseers of the final reckoning, making sure that the wages of sin are paid as the world reaches its inevitable end. Their role is not only one of destruction but also of revelation, exposing the hidden sins of humanity and ensuring that justice is served in the final judgment. The apocryphal stories of fallen angels also paint a picture of the end times as a period in which the influence of these fallen beings grows ever stronger. The Book of Enoch, in particular, describes how the Watchers, after their descent to earth, became more and more entwined in the affairs of humanity, teaching humans the arts of war, magic, and forbidden knowledge. As the world approaches its final days, these angels are said to return in greater numbers, influencing the hearts of mortals and preparing the earth for the ultimate showdown between good and evil. In the broader eschatological framework, the influence of fallen angels represents the dark side of the spiritual battle, a force that has always existed, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to tip the scales. They are not simply passive agents of fate, but active participants in the unfolding drama of the world's end. Their role in the end times is one of provocation, temptation, and judgment. They are the voices that call humanity to sin, the hands that twist the world into chaos, and the eyes that witness the final moments of the world's descent into darkness. Whether as deceivers, tormentors, or agents of judgment, fallen angels will undoubtedly play a key role in the closing act of humanity's story, as they fulfill their eternal rebellion against the divine order. The end times prophecies, rich in their imagery and drama, paint a bleak yet compelling picture of a world in which the fallen angels are central to the final reckoning. Their actions are not merely a consequence of their fall, but an integral part of the cosmic battle between light and dark. And as the world approaches its end, the fallen angels will be there, waiting in the wings, ensuring that their legacy of rebellion is fully realized in the great and terrible finale of existence. In the quiet moments before the final reckoning, the universe holds its breath. The skies darken, the earth trembles, and humanity's fate hangs in the balance. Throughout history, various religious and cultural traditions have offered visions of the moment when all things come to a head, when good and evil are separated, and when those who have defied divine order, like the fallen angels, are finally judged for their rebellion. The judgment of the fallen is an age-old theme that runs deep through religious scriptures, apocalyptic tales, and spiritual beliefs. It is the moment of truth, the ultimate reckoning that reveals who is worthy of redemption and who must face eternal damnation. In Christian theology, the judgment of the fallen angels is a powerful and decisive event. It is not merely the story of Lucifer's defiance, but the story of an entire rebellion against the divine order, and it sets the stage for the final confrontation between good and evil. The Bible speaks of a time when all beings, both human and angelic, will stand before God and face judgment. The book of Revelation vividly describes this final reckoning, where Satan and his fallen angels, having been cast down from heaven, will be judged for their eternal rebellion. In Christian tradition, this judgment is both a moment of divine wrath and a declaration of justice. The fallen angels, who once were closest to God and had known His infinite grace, are now condemned to eternal torment in hell, stripped of their celestial glory and reduced to agents of destruction and chaos. They are not only judged for their actions, but for their very essence, for they chose to turn away from their Creator and embrace the darkness. The great battle of Armageddon, the ultimate clash between the forces of good and evil, is the setting where this judgment is fulfilled. And when the dust settles, the fallen angels will be cast into the lake of fire, forever separated from the divine presence they once enjoyed. In Judaism, the final judgment of the fallen is portrayed with a different nuance. While the Book of Enoch offers a detailed account of the fall of the Watchers, angels who descended to earth and corrupted humanity, Jewish eschatology speaks of a time when these beings, along with the sinners they influenced, will face a reckoning. Unlike in Christianity, where the judgment of the fallen is often seen as final and irrevocable, in Jewish thought, the judgment can sometimes carry with it the possibility of atonement or redemption. However, this redemption is not easily won. The fallen angels, who imparted forbidden knowledge and caused corruption in the world, will not be absolved lightly. They are seen as the instigators of chaos, and their punishment reflects their grievous transgression. In some interpretations, the Watchers are imprisoned in the abyss, awaiting the final judgment where they will be punished for their rebellion. There is no escaping the consequences of their actions, and when the time comes, they will be held accountable for the corruption they spread among humanity. The Zohar speaks of a final cleansing of the world, a purification process in which the influence of these fallen beings will be eradicated and the world will be made whole again. In Islam, the concept of judgment is intricately tied to the divine will of Allah, and the fallen angels, though not exactly the same as in Christianity or Judaism, play an essential role in the eschatological narrative. Iblis, the Islamic equivalent of Satan, refuses to bow to Adam and is cast out of heaven as a result. Unlike the rebellious angels in other traditions, Iblis and his followers are not mere tempters but active participants in the trial of humanity. They are tasked with leading people astray, away from the path of righteousness. In Islamic tradition, the final judgment, or Yawm al-Qiyamah, will be the moment when all beings, including Iblis and his fallen followers, will stand before Allah to answer for their deeds. On this day, all individuals will be judged according to their actions, but so too will the fallen angels face their reckoning. Iblis will be condemned to the eternal fires of hell, where he will be punished for his arrogance and refusal to submit to Allah's will. However, his role in the judgment is not only one of defiance. Iblis is also seen as a tester of faith, a figure who challenges humanity's devotion to Allah. The fallen angels in Islam are thus not only the instigators of sin but also a necessary part of Allah's grand design, a test of humanity's will to choose righteousness over evil. As a result, their judgment is not merely punitive, but also a part of the divine plan that ultimately leads to the triumph of good over evil. Across Eastern traditions, the judgment of the fallen often takes on a more cyclical or karmic nature. In Hinduism, for instance, the idea of divine justice is rooted in the concept of karma, the belief that every action has consequences. The fallen beings in these traditions may not face a final, singular judgment but instead undergo an ongoing process of rebirth and purification. Fallen angels or demonic entities may continue to exist within the cycle of samsara, reincarnating into different forms or realms until they have paid the price for their actions. This process of atonement may take countless lifetimes, and their ultimate judgment comes when they have finally atoned for their wrongdoings and attained spiritual liberation. The fallen beings in Hinduism and Buddhism are often seen as trapped in a cycle of suffering, working their way toward enlightenment, and their final judgment comes when they achieve this liberation or are finally freed from the cycle of birth and death. The concept of judgment in ancient mythologies also paints a picture of the final reckoning of the fallen. In Greek and Roman traditions, for example, gods and titans who defied divine order were often punished in ways that reflected their rebellion. The Titans, who had once ruled the world before being overthrown by Zeus and the Olympian gods, were cast into the underworld, imprisoned and bound for eternity. These beings, once powerful and revered, now existed as prisoners of their own defiance, facing an unending sentence of torment. Similarly, in Norse mythology, the giants and the forces of chaos who opposed the gods faced their final judgment in the event of Ragnarok, the prophesied end of the world. During Ragnarok, the forces of chaos will clash with the gods in a battle that will destroy the world and reset the cycle of existence. The giants, representing the fallen and rebellious forces, will be defeated, and their fate is sealed in the destruction of the old world and the rebirth of a new one. These mythologies, while diverse in their details, share a common theme: the judgment of the fallen is inevitable, and it is tied to the very structure of the universe. Whether it is the divine punishment of rebellious angels, the karmic retribution of spirits, or the eternal torment of fallen deities, the final reckoning serves as a powerful reminder that defying the cosmic order will eventually lead to consequences. It is a moment when the scales of justice are balanced, when the forces of chaos are held accountable, and when the path toward redemption or destruction is irrevocably determined. In these eschatological narratives, the judgment of the fallen serves not only as a reflection of divine justice but also as a warning. It speaks to the price of rebellion, the cost of defying the divine, and the weight of every action, whether good or evil. The reckoning is not just for the angels who have fallen from grace, but for all beings who must ultimately face the consequences of their choices. The fallen, as much as they symbolize defiance and chaos, also represent the eternal truth: no act goes unpunished, and no rebellion goes unanswered. In the end, every soul, whether celestial or mortal, must stand before the cosmic judge, and their fate will be sealed by their actions. The final judgment is not just the end of the world, but the final assertion of divine order, justice, and the eternal struggle between light and dark. The philosophical legacy of the fallen angels, with their prideful defiance and their eventual fall from grace, has echoed through the corridors of human thought for centuries. Their stories, particularly that of Lucifer's rebellion and the celestial insurrection, are not just tales of divine punishment and cosmic battles, but also rich explorations of some of humanity's most profound and troubling questions. What is the nature of pride? What is the role of free will in the human condition? And what drives a being, once pure and glorious, to rebel against the divine? Pride, in many traditions, is the original sin, the root of all rebellion, the spark that sets the cosmos aflame. Lucifer, once the most beautiful and exalted of all angels, is said to have fallen not because of some flaw in his nature, but because of an insidious, all-consuming pride. This pride was not merely self-love, but an intense desire to elevate himself above God, to surpass the Creator in greatness. It is a powerful, tragic idea that a being who was perfect in form and thought could desire to be even more, to possess more power and control, to usurp the throne of heaven itself. This pride, untempered by humility or wisdom, becomes a force of destruction. It blinds the angel to the inherent limitation of all beings, no matter how divine, who live in relationship with the Creator. It is this very pride that sets the fallen angels on their path toward damnation, and it speaks to a deep human truth: when pride grows unchecked, it distorts reality, making one believe that they are beyond the need for divine guidance or the wisdom of others. It becomes an idol, an insidious worship of the self that poisons even the most noble of intentions. Pride, however, is not merely the downfall of the fallen angels. It is a reflection of something universal, something deeply embedded in the nature of creation. We, too, struggle with pride in all its forms. It is the seed of hubris, the quiet whisper that tells us we are entitled to more, that we deserve to rule, that we are worthy of greatness beyond what has been granted to us. In the fallen angels, we find a mirror of our own aspirations and failures, our own temptation to elevate ourselves to a divine or godlike stature. The story of the fall serves as a stark warning. Pride, unchecked and unchallenged, leads to destruction, not just for oneself, but for all who are caught in its wake. Tied closely to pride is the concept of free will, a gift given to angels and humans alike. The fallen angels, in their rebellion, exercised their free will. They chose to reject God's plan, to cast aside their roles and embrace their own vision of greatness. Free will, in its purest form, is the ability to choose one's path, to shape one's destiny. But with this freedom comes a heavy responsibility. The ability to choose between good and evil, between loyalty and betrayal, is both a divine gift and a potential curse. For those like Lucifer and his followers, free will became the means through which they sought to redefine the order of the universe. They were not driven by some external force, but by their own decisions, decisions that had consequences not only for themselves, but for the entire cosmos. Their rebellion serves as a reminder of the inherent dangers in the exercise of free will. Freedom without wisdom, without a sense of responsibility, can lead to chaos. Free will is a double-edged sword. It empowers, but it also burdens, forcing us to confront the consequences of our actions. In a philosophical sense, the fall of the angels also poses a fundamental question about the nature of rebellion. What compels a being to defy the very source of their existence, to turn against the Creator who fashioned them and gave them everything? Lucifer's rebellion is often seen as an act of defiance, but it is also an expression of autonomy. It is the desire to carve out one's own identity, to break free from the predetermined path and create something new. In this light, the rebellion of the fallen angels is not just an act of evil, but also one of radical individualism, a striving to be more than what was assigned, to be one's own God. The notion of rebellion, particularly in the context of Lucifer's fall, touches on deeper philosophical concerns about the nature of existence and the relationship between the created and the Creator. Is it inherent in all beings to want to transcend their origins, to break free from the constraints of their roles? Is rebellion, in some sense, a natural part of the search for identity and meaning? This philosophical reflection on rebellion is particularly powerful when we consider the human experience. Humanity, too, has wrestled with the desire for freedom, for autonomy, and for the right to choose its own path. Throughout history, individuals and entire societies have rebelled against authority, tradition, and even divinity. Like the fallen angels, humanity has often been driven by a desire to assert its independence, to challenge the divine order in search of a higher truth. But, as the story of the fallen angels demonstrates, rebellion comes at a great cost. It is not just a matter of challenging an external power, it is a profound spiritual and existential choice, one that carries with it the potential for great suffering. Rebellion, though it may seem empowering in the moment, often leads to loss and alienation, the very things the rebels sought to escape. Yet, there is also something deeply tragic in the fall of the angels, a reminder of the fragility of existence and the delicate balance between free will and divine purpose. In their prideful rebellion, the fallen angels failed to grasp a simple truth, that to live in harmony with the divine is not a limitation, but a source of strength. The Creator's design for the cosmos is not a prison, but a blueprint for flourishing. The angels who fell failed to see that true greatness comes not from defying the divine, but from embracing the roles they were given with humility and grace. This is the lesson they failed to learn, and it is a lesson that humanity continues to struggle with, the balance between individuality and submission, between freedom and responsibility. The story of the fallen angels invites us to reflect on our own lives and our own struggles with pride, free will, and rebellion. It is a story that resonates with the human condition, with our desires, our dreams, and our darkest impulses. The fallen angels are not mere figures of ancient mythology, but symbols of the eternal human struggle, the desire to reach beyond our limitations, the temptation to defy the divine order, and the price we must pay when we do. Their fall serves as a powerful reminder that our choices, however small or grand, carry consequences, not just for ourselves, but for the world around us. It is a reminder that, in the end, true freedom is found not in rebellion, but in understanding and embracing the divine purpose we were created for. And in the midst of this reflection, one question lingers: could the angels have chosen differently? Could they have resisted the temptation of pride and embraced their place in the divine order? The answer, perhaps, lies not in the angels themselves, but in the choices each of us must make every day, the choice to humble ourselves, to embrace our roles with grace, and to understand that true power lies not in rebellion, but in alignment with the greater good. In the end, the fallen angels' story is not just about them, but about us, about the choices we make, and the paths we choose to walk. In the tragedy of the fallen angels, a narrative unfolds that is timeless, rich with meaning, and deeply rooted in the essence of human experience. Their fall from grace, once beautiful, powerful, and radiant beings cast down into darkness, serves as both a warning and a lesson. As we reflect on their rebellion, pride, and eventual punishment, we begin to understand not only the spiritual battle between good and evil, but also the struggles inherent in human nature. The story of the fallen angels is more than a tale of divine wrath and cosmic warfare. It is a mirror, reflecting our own desires, weaknesses, and choices, and offering profound insights into the nature of morality, the complexity of free will, and the eternal conflict that rages within us all. At the heart of the fallen angels' tragedy lies a fundamental human flaw: pride. Lucifer, once the most exalted of all angels, believed he could surpass his creator. He was not merely a rebellious figure, he was a symbol of the desire to transcend boundaries, to rise above limitations, to break free from the very forces that gave him life. Pride, in this sense, is not just about arrogance or vanity, it is a fundamental desire to elevate oneself above others, to claim a position of supremacy, to believe that one's worth exceeds the natural order. Lucifer's fall began with the idea that he was entitled to more, that his perfection could be perfected further. This is a desire deeply ingrained in human nature. We, too, often seek to be more than we are, whether in our ambitions, our relationships, or our place in the world. Pride, in its purest form, is the belief that we deserve more than what we have, and that the rules that govern our existence are meant to be broken or redefined. The fallen angels teach us the peril of this mindset, showing that when pride becomes the driving force of our lives, it leads to destruction. It blinds us to the truth, making us believe that we are invincible, that we are above reproach, and that we are in control of our destiny. The fall of the angels also presents us with a profound lesson about free will. Lucifer's rebellion, and the subsequent fall of many of the angels, was not the result of an external force, but the consequence of their own choices. They were not coerced or manipulated into defiance, they acted freely. Free will is the greatest gift and the heaviest burden bestowed upon all sentient beings, whether angelic or human. It is the ability to choose, to determine one's own path, to act according to one's own desires, and to define one's own identity. But with this freedom comes responsibility. The fallen angels used their free will to reject the divine order, to choose their own will over the Creator's. In doing so, they paid the ultimate price: separation from the divine, eternal punishment, and the loss of everything they once were. Their rebellion is a cautionary tale about the power and danger of choice. It reminds us that the freedom to act comes with consequences. Our choices, whether big or small, have repercussions that extend far beyond the immediate moment. Every action shapes the world, and the exercise of free will, if it is not tempered with wisdom and humility, can lead to great harm. The fall of the angels also reveals something deeply moral about the nature of good and evil. Lucifer's rebellion is not just an act of defiance, it is a struggle between two opposing forces, the desire for power and autonomy versus the divine order and harmony. At the core of this rebellion is the question of what constitutes good and what constitutes evil. The fallen angels believed they could define good for themselves, that they could set their own moral compass. They rejected the established order in favor of an individualistic, self-centered view of the world. In doing so, they blurred the line between good and evil, embracing darkness as their guide. This is a dilemma that resonates deeply with the human condition. We, too, struggle with moral choices every day. What is right? What is wrong? What makes an action truly good, and what makes it evil? The story of the fallen angels forces us to confront these questions, challenging us to consider the true nature of good and evil. Is good defined by obedience and submission to a higher authority, or is it found in the pursuit of personal freedom and self-determination? The fallen angels chose the latter, and in doing so, they lost their place in the divine order. Their story speaks to the danger of disregarding a higher moral code, of allowing selfishness and pride to cloud our judgment. It reminds us that good is not merely a matter of personal preference or subjective opinion. True goodness is rooted in a greater, universal order, one that cannot be bent to individual desires without devastating consequences. Another lesson the fallen angels offer is the weight of responsibility. The angels were beings of immense power, created to serve and protect the divine order. They were given great freedom, yet they failed to understand the responsibilities that came with it. In their pride, they sought to usurp their Creator, but in doing so, they abandoned the very purpose for which they were created. This speaks to the human condition as well. We, too, often forget the responsibility that comes with our gifts, whether talent, intelligence, or power. We are quick to pursue our desires, to chase after what we think we deserve, but we often fail to consider the impact of our actions on others and on the world around us. The fallen angels, in their defiance, forgot that with power comes great responsibility, and their fall was the result of their failure to live up to their divine calling. We, too, must ask ourselves, how do we use the gifts we have been given? Are we mindful of the responsibilities that come with our freedoms, our choices, our abilities? Perhaps most profoundly, the fall of the angels is a reflection on the fragility of identity. Lucifer and his followers were not cast down for being inherently evil, but for choosing to abandon their original purpose. The fallen angels lost not only their place in heaven, but also their very essence. They became something other than what they were created to be, twisted by their rebellion. This speaks to a universal truth: the pursuit of power, self-interest, or pride comes at the cost of our true selves. When we lose sight of who we are and what we were created for, we risk losing everything: the relationships that define us, the values that ground us, and the very essence of our being. The fallen angel's tragic fate reminds us that our identity is not something we can simply define or redefine at will. It is shaped by our choices, our purpose, and our relationship with something greater than ourselves. The pursuit of greatness at the cost of our true nature can only lead to loss. The struggle between good and evil, as embodied in the fallen angels, is ultimately the struggle between order and chaos, between submission and defiance, between love and pride. It is a timeless struggle that exists within all of us. We all have the capacity for greatness and the potential for fallibility. The fallen angels serve as a mirror to the darkness within the human heart, a reminder of the cost of rebellion, the consequences of unchecked pride, and the eternal battle between the desire for power and the call to humility. Their story is not merely ancient myth, but a reflection of the moral struggles that shape the human soul. In the end, the lesson of the fallen angels is simple: to live without wisdom, without humility, and without a sense of responsibility is to risk losing everything. To embrace our place in the world, to seek good over evil, and to use our free will for the greater good is the true path to redemption. In the beginning, angels were seen as pure, radiant beings, symbols of light, divine messengers whose sole purpose was to serve the Creator. But as history unfolded, so did their complexity. They became more than just embodiments of celestial virtue. The fall of Lucifer, the rebellion of the angels, and the rise of darkened powers all shed light on an uncomfortable truth: angels, in all their celestial splendor, were not immune to the pull of darkness. The very beings that were made of light and love carried within them the seeds of rebellion and pride. This duality, light and darkness existing in the same entity, offers profound insight into the nature of angels, and by extension, into the human condition itself. Light and darkness have long been conceptualized as opposites, forces in constant struggle. But in the case of angels, these forces do not simply exist as polar extremes, they are intertwined, coexisting within a being that is both divine and fallen. The divine light of angels, their power and grace, is often viewed as a gift of purity. Yet, the darkness that exists within them is not something external or separate, it comes from within. This inner conflict between light and dark forms the crux of the angelic struggle. It is the tension between the yearning for divine purpose and the temptation for autonomy, between the desire to serve the Creator and the desire to rebel. The story of Lucifer's fall is the ultimate representation of this struggle. Lucifer, in his perfect state, was a being of light, exalted among all others. But within him existed the potential for darkness, a desire to be greater, to surpass even the Creator himself. In his pride, Lucifer became the embodiment of duality, the internal conflict between the purest light and the deepest shadow. Lucifer's transformation into the Prince of Darkness shows how this duality can corrupt even the most radiant being. It was not the absence of light in him that caused the fall, but the overwhelming presence of both light and dark within him. His intellect and beauty were a gift, but they became his downfall. His brilliance made him aware of his own magnificence, which led him to desire more, to be equal to or even greater than the Creator. This desire to surpass his origin is a reflection of the tension between light and darkness, between the roles angels are given and the freedom they crave. It is this tension that ultimately broke the balance, causing Lucifer to fall. His story is not just one of rebellion, it is a reflection of the chaos that arises when light and dark, purity and corruption, coexist unchecked within a being. On the other side stands hell, the domain of chaos, rebellion, and ruin. Hell is not just a place of torment for the damned, but a symbol of what happens when the divine order is overthrown and the natural balance is disrupted. It is the birthplace of destruction, where the desire for power and autonomy overshadows the need for harmony. Hell represents the ultimate corruption of light, the twisting of purity into something dark and malicious. In hell, rebellion reigns supreme, and the fall of the angels becomes a cautionary tale, a reminder of what happens when pride and self-interest eclipse the divine plan. But hell is not simply a place of suffering, it is a mirror to the internal chaos that exists in all of us. It is the part of the soul that desires to break free from the constraints of good, to reject responsibility, and to embrace the temptation of unchecked power. The existence of hell shows us the dangers of ignoring the divine order and choosing to follow the path of self-interest and pride. It serves as a warning that the pursuit of power, when fueled by darkness, leads only to destruction. But the struggle is not confined to heaven and hell alone. It is a battle that plays out within every human being. We are born with the capacity for both good and evil, for order and chaos. The choice between these forces is not something that happens once, but something we confront daily. Our decisions, our actions, our words, and our thoughts are a reflection of the eternal struggle between light and darkness. Like the fallen angels, we are faced with the temptation to elevate ourselves above others, to reject the divine order, and to pursue our own desires at the expense of everything else. Yet, like the angels who chose to remain faithful, we also have the capacity to embrace the light, to choose order over chaos, and to live in alignment with the divine. The eternal struggle is not about victory over one side or the other. It is not a battle where one side wins and the other is lost forever. Instead, it is a dynamic force that exists within the very fabric of creation. The tension between heaven and hell, between order and chaos, is what keeps the world in motion. It is the force that drives growth and change, that challenges us to evolve and to reflect on our purpose. The story of the fallen angels teaches us that the battle is never truly over, it is an ongoing struggle that defines the essence of existence itself. It is a struggle we all face, every day, in every decision we make. And yet, this struggle also holds a deeper lesson. The battle between light and darkness, order and chaos, is not a battle of destruction alone. It is also a battle of redemption. The fall of the angels shows us that even in the deepest darkness, there is a spark of light that can never be fully extinguished. The fallen angels, though cast down, were once radiant beings who knew divine love and grace. Even in their rebellion, they carried within them a shadow of their former glory. This is the paradox at the heart of the eternal struggle, the possibility of redemption, of transformation, of change. Even when we fall, even when we stray from the path of light, we carry within us the potential to return. The light that was once in the angels does not disappear with their fall, it is always there, waiting to be reclaimed. The struggle between light and darkness is not only about defeating the darkness, but about finding the light within it, about choosing to rise above the chaos and return to the divine order. In the end, the eternal struggle is not just a battle between external forces, but a journey of self-discovery, of learning what it means to be human and what it means to be divine. It is about finding balance in a world that constantly pulls us in different directions, about understanding that both light and darkness exist within us, and that we must learn to navigate both. It is a journey of making choices, of striving for goodness, of confronting the shadows within ourselves and the world around us. The battle between heaven and hell is not just a myth, it is a reality we face every day, a reminder that the struggle between order and chaos is not something distant or abstract, but something that shapes the course of our lives. And as long as we continue to walk this earth, the struggle will continue, a fight for the soul, for the light, and for the divine purpose that guides us all. This duality is not unique to Lucifer alone. It exists in all angels, beings who possess the capacity for both great love and great pride, for immense beauty and destructive anger. Even in their divine service, angels are faced with the possibility of darkness. It is this darkness that often serves as the test of their true character. In many traditions, the test of an angel's loyalty to the Creator comes not when they are basking in light, but when they are confronted with the temptation to stray, to act according to their own will, to seek power or autonomy. It is in these moments that their true nature is revealed, not through the acts of service, but in the moments of choice, where light and dark contend within them. This duality of light and darkness also speaks to the very nature of creation itself. The Creator, in crafting angels, imbued them with the freedom to choose, to experience the world not as mere servants, but as beings with will and desire. This gift of free will allows for great potential. It can bring about acts of profound love and devotion, but it can also lead to rebellion and destruction. The fall of Lucifer, and by extension the fall of other angels, shows that even divine beings, with all their celestial beauty, are subject to the same forces that shape humanity. Just as humans wrestle with the pull of good and evil within their hearts, so too do angels face the same struggle within themselves. It is important to understand that the duality of angels is not inherently evil. Angels, by their very nature, are created to be perfect reflections of divine beauty, love, and power. But in being created with free will, they are given the choice to embrace or reject these divine qualities. The fall does not suggest that angels are intrinsically flawed, rather, it suggests that the very freedom they were granted comes with inherent risks. The same light that made Lucifer glorious also made him susceptible to the lure of darkness. His desire to rise above his Creator did not come from a lack of light, but from a clash between his celestial nature and his yearning for autonomy. Lucifer's story is a reminder that even the brightest light can cast deep shadows, and those shadows can tempt us into darkness. The coexistence of light and darkness in angels also speaks to the nature of morality. Good and evil are not simply external forces, they are internal struggles, shaped by the choices we make and the impulses we act upon. Angels are not automatons of goodness, they are beings with desires, ambitions, and the ability to choose. Their fall is a reflection of the fragile balance between good and evil within all beings. If we view angels as perfect reflections of the Creator's will, then their rebellion represents the fracture that occurs when those reflections break, when light is overshadowed by darkness. The temptation to act in one's own self-interest, to challenge the divine order, is not just a human flaw, it is a universal one. Humans, too, live with this duality. We are not born evil, but we are born with the capacity for both good and evil. The same nature that allows us to love and create also gives us the capacity to destroy and deceive. Like the angels, we wrestle with our own inner conflicts. We are drawn to the light of goodness, but we are often seduced by the shadows of pride, anger, and selfishness. The struggle that angels face, the pull between their higher purpose and their own desires, is mirrored in our daily lives. We, too, make choices that reflect this battle between light and dark. The fallen angels remind us of the cost of giving in to the darkness within, and they encourage us to strive for balance, to align ourselves with the light of love and truth. But perhaps the most powerful lesson in the duality of angels lies in the possibility of redemption. Even though Lucifer fell, even though the angels who followed him were cast down into hell, the existence of light within them never truly disappeared. The darkness may have overwhelmed them, but it does not erase the fact that they were once beings of great light. This suggests that even in the darkest of falls, the potential for redemption exists. The duality of light and darkness in angels is not a permanent state, it is a dynamic force, one that can change, shift, and evolve. If even the most fallen of beings once lived in the light, then perhaps all beings, whether angel or human, carry within them the capacity for both good and evil, and, in turn, the possibility of transformation. In the end, the duality of angels serves as a powerful reminder of the complexity of existence. It teaches us that even the most divine beings are not immune to the struggles that define us all, the struggles of choice, the battle between light and darkness, and the eternal quest for meaning and purpose. The angels, in all their majesty and fallibility, reflect our own journey, a journey that is never simply about light or darkness alone, but about the choices we make in the space between. In understanding the duality of angels, we come to understand our own nature and the balance we must strive for in our own lives. The battle between heaven and hell, order and chaos, is more than a cosmic war, it is a timeless struggle that reverberates through the very core of existence. It is not simply a war waged in distant realms, but a conflict that shapes every moment of our lives, influencing the choices we make, the paths we follow, and the destinies we create. The story of the fallen angels, of divine beings who once radiated light but succumbed to darkness, is not just an ancient myth, it is a reflection of the eternal battle within every soul. It is the struggle to uphold divine order in the face of temptation, to remain true to the light amidst the shadows that threaten to consume us. In the celestial conflict, the forces of heaven represent order, peace, and harmony. Heaven is the domain of purpose, a place where every being knows their role, and every action is in alignment with a greater divine plan. It is a place of unity, of love, and of fulfillment in service to a higher truth. Heaven, in its purest form, is a reflection of what is good, what is right, and what is just. Yet, even in this perfect order, there exists the possibility of discord. The fall of Lucifer, the rebellion of the angels, and the creation of hell remind us that even in the most divine of realms, there exists the potential for chaos, a yearning for freedom, autonomy, and a break from the established order. This desire is not inherently evil, but when it is left unchecked, it becomes the very force that destabilizes everything, leading to ruin and destruction. Heaven, then, is not just a static ideal, but a realm that must continually defend itself against the forces that seek to unmake it. The eternal struggle is not simply about the clash of two realms, it is about the balance between creation and destruction, between order and disorder, and between the light that nurtures life and the darkness that threatens to devour it.